First of all, I want to say welcome to the Historical and Landmarks Commission. We're going to start with our roll call with our city clerk. Nora?
Good afternoon. Councilmember Board Member Watanabe.
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Shahal.
Present.
Councilmember Board Member Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember Board Member Park.
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Jane.
Here.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Becker.
Here.
And Mayor Chair Gilmore.
Here.
Thank you. For the HLC Commission, Commissioner Kirby. Commissioner Romano. Commissioner Stocks. Commissioner Celso. Commissioner Vargas Smith. Commissioner Inciarte.
Here.
Commissioner Leung.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nora. I think we're all excited because we have Lily Mae's barbecue food for dinner, and it's just delicious, and I'm just so excited to eat it after our meeting. So everyone dig in. She's a Santa Clara business, a small Santa Clara business, and you're going to see her food truck located in various places throughout the city. So if you see her, make sure you give her a try because her food is out of this world. So we're going to go around the room and introduce ourselves to each other, including our staff. Why don't we start with Councilmember Park?
Hello, I'm Kevin Park. I represent District 4, which is the best district. Includes most of the, well, part of the Central Park.
Thank you. Next.
Kathy Watanabe, representing District 1.
Raj Chahal, District 2.
Lisa Gilmore, Mayor.
Suds Jane, District 5, which represents most of the historic homes.
Karen Hardy, District 3, and former member of the HLC.
Anthony Becker, Vice Mayor, Councilmember District 6, which represents the whole southern part of the city.
Javon Grogan, City Manager.
Hi, good evening. Glenn Guggen, City Attorney.
Rena Brio, Acting Director of Community Development.
Hello, Rebecca Bustos, Principal Planner with the Planning Division and Community Development.
Ivani Ciarta, and I am a Commissioner on the Historic and Landmarks Commission.
Ana Vargas Smith, Chair for the HLC Commission, and a few other things in the city, too.
Patricia Lung, Commissioner HLC, was chair for about 3 years before I passed the baton to Anna just now. So, yeah.
Very good. Well, thank you all for your service to the city of Santa Clara. We really couldn't do what we do without you. And that's the reason for these meetings, these dinner meetings. Don't only just get to eat really good food from Santa Clara, but we get to meet with you, listen to you, and hear about your plans, what you're working on, what you want us to pay attention to. And really, this is for you to let us know what you're doing. So I spoke to the chair ahead of time, and you said, Anna, that you have a presentation for us. So when you're ready, you can move ahead. It's on, we have a PowerPoint, correct? Yes. Okay.
Well, thank you for, we sure missed meeting with you guys. It's been, what, 3 years, it seems? We survived COVID. Oh, it is on.
Oh, sorry.
Closer to me. Such a pleasure seeing everyone here tonight because we really missed having this meeting with the City Council every single year.
Anna, can you put it, is it on? Some of them, okay. Yeah, point it right at you.
One more time. Third time's a charm, you know. Can you hear me now? All right. Thank you for having us here tonight. We missed having this meeting with you all every single year. It almost feels like it would never happen again. In fact, Patricia had said she's been waiting 3 years for this moment. So we got organized at the last meeting to make sure we got our ideas clearly stated on how you could really help us. 2 of us here present tonight live in the Old Quad, and I grew up in the Old Quad, so it means a great deal to me. So many things that we love about Santa Clara originated in the Old Quad, so it's important that our commission protects all that and makes sure that future generations get to enjoy it as much as we have. So I wanted to, we can move straight to the priorities. But so some of you who have served on HLC are very familiar with what we do and have worked with the HLC, so understand completely what they do. And some of you live in the old quad and are very involved in preservation. So you can understand our passion in doing this. Some of the areas that we do are recommendations to the department review hearing officer on development projects within 2 feet of a listed historic resource inventory. So we always have our eyes open and ears open to what's going on in the old quad, so we make sure that these precious homes are protected. We also are an advisory board, and we make recommendations to the Planning Commission on major significant property alteration permits or any alterations that are requested to our historical resource properties, and any variances as well. Our goal as a commission is to make sure that what you see is what was originally there. Certainly there's modifications that happen in the back of the house or to the side of the house that are out of public view, but those are things that we're considering to preserve the integrity of the neighborhood as well as the integrity of the property. We also make recommendations, we're still an advisory board, but we make recommendations to the city council on HR property designations. There's any applications that come our way of people who would like to own a historic home, take advantage of a Mills Act, maybe a street name list, any kind of demolition permits for eligible properties. Any of that goes through us first. We're sort of the caretakers of these beautiful properties in the historic quad. Anything you want to add, Patricia? No? Okay. Some of our accomplishments so far, we've made 4 recommendations on redevelopment projects that were within 200 feet of an HR property. We've made 6 recommendations on major significant property alteration permits and variances, and we also, 1 HR property designation recommendation is currently in process. We are working on the post office, actually, which is kind of a big deal. We're very excited about that. We've issued 3 Mills Act contract recommendations. We feel like we're chipping away at the old quad and making sure that more and more houses roll into the Mills Act. That requires education. 1 recommendation for a proposed demolition permit for a property also occurred for listing on the HRI.
Madam Chair, can I ask you to explain what HRI is and the Mills Act for those people that are watching that maybe don't know what those mean?
Oh.
We do, but I'm just saying for the people that are,
Good point.
the millions that are watching.
Millions.
At least a million.
Wow. Okay, so historical resource inventory is what HRI is. We have about, 35 properties right now that are on the inventory list, on our watch list, and that we check on, constantly follow up with. So the HR you can find on our website in the city. There's a whole listing and directions, addresses for anyone who's interested in checking out these properties. They are privately owned, most of them, so beware of stepping onto the property uninvited. As far as the Mills Act is a contract that the owner willingly enters with the city of Santa Clara. There's benefits to the Mills Act. They can get a discount on their property tax, a reduction on their property tax is probably a better choice of words. And in return, they create a 10-year plan that protects the house. And it includes it ranks it in order of priority. Some, for example, need to replace the roof. Others need to replace or find substitutes for historic windows. Foundations, landscape sometimes can be historic. So all of these things are opportunities to put it into a contract so that we can monitor and make sure that what they say they're going to do, they're going to do. Because it is really quite a benefit and very fortunate for the customer, for the owner to have this tax reduction, to encourage other people to do it as well. So We want to get that information out there to everyone who may be interested or not even aware of it, so that we can continue to protect houses this way. Anything you'd like to add, Patricia?
Yeah, and just want to note for everyone here is that this is our primary means of actually preserving historical resources within the city, where, you know, our reduction on the basis of the property tax, whatever you save, you really should be investing that back into the property for repairs and preservation.
Accomplishments. We attend either virtually online, or we go in person to the California Preservation Foundation conferences every year. We did attend the one I did attend the one in April. That was in San Francisco, and that was really interesting. Some of the changes that are going on with preservation in California, trends that go beyond just protecting historic properties. They were actually looking at cultural events to protect, and cultural places where historical events have occurred. So there's a different changes going on in preservation in California and worldwide that are just blossoming right now. So this will be interesting. So we like to stay in the know and continue our education as commissioners so that we can share this with our community. And here we are. This is our priorities for City Council consideration. We love your support on this. And most of you know who we are and how excited we are about preservation. So I myself am a history geek, so I can't help myself if I get a little excited here. Our number one is preservation of city-owned properties, obviously. We are looking at, as we come out of COVID, some of these city-owned properties that need some love and attention and some maintenance as well. For example, the Morse Mansion, very important city property, currently being rented out to a sorority, but in the future, the community absolutely would love to have more access to that and maybe turn it into an educational center that has opportunities maybe with Silicon Valley Power. We did have a community meeting about that, so we hope that there's more follow-through on that, on how we can make this work for Santa Clara. The Berryessa Adobe is another one that is probably the oldest structure in Santa Clara.
It was the oldest continuously occupied dwelling in Santa Clara.
And right now it's in mothballs, isn't it?
It's empty, correct?
Yes. So it's a missed opportunity to really celebrate our heritage here in Santa Clara just by taking people there. Some of the events that we do now and that get the most attention and engagement from the community is events at historical places. And this was also a topic at the California Preservation Conference that I attended. How do we put events in these wonderful spaces and give it a new life and just introduce it to a whole new generation that never considered it before or didn't take interest in it? So it was actually a brilliant idea. So this is another area that California is looking at to bring new life to historic properties. And any of these would be great. Another thing I'm passionate about is our swim center, and I would love to create possibly a historical landmark out of it, go through the process of getting a designation for it. That doesn't mean that it can't be upgraded. It just means that we're preserving what matters about the property. It's for some of you who don't know about this place, I grew up with it as a child. I mean, the community gathered there. It was such a special place to just see everyone and to be near greatness there. I mean, what small city like Santa Clara has that many Olympians produced out of a place of 130,000 population? The smartest thing we did was build that place. And people came from all over to be part of it. They moved to Santa Clara to be Olympians and to be produced from this one little swim club. It's a phenomenal history, and we should be terribly proud about it. In fact, we had Donna de Verona fly out from Florida for the Parade of Champions to be our Grand Marshal to visit. We took her down to the swim center, and she loved it there. She got to meet Coach Zacher and meet the kids and just kind of relive her greatest moments as an Olympian. So I think that's a very special place we have. So I'd like to look at possibly getting a historic designation for the swim center to protect it going forward. There are grants, millions in grants that could possibly tapped into for a property like this. So it's very advantageous. and our post office. It's the only remaining historical structure in the downtown. Fortunately, they didn't demolish it because it was a federal property. Obviously, they couldn't, but there's so much that could be done with that property. You know, even if it no longer is a post office, it could become a special museum or a place where we can explore, just gather for meetings, or a coffee place, you know, that tells about our history of Santa Clara. There are so many creative things we could do with the post office if it no longer becomes a post office, but we need to preserve the structure itself. Yes. Anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, the post office itself is very significant, and it's actually the architect who designed it. He was actually from the Treasury Department, who actually designed a lot of grand buildings in Washington, D.C., and also we have WPA artwork actually in there. There's some carving that are very significant from coming out of Depression. So the building itself actually has enough significance for it to be registered on the national list. Yeah. And we need to do that.
We have Lori Garcia working on that, so we're pretty excited about that. And a very important piece, and something that's frustrated maybe the Historical Commission for a long time, is our ordinance. Pretty much, unfortunately, the way it's worded, it forces the historic quad to get 100% consensus in order to become a historical district. And you know, you can never get 100% consensus on anything. So we've pretty much worded it in such a way that we can't move forward to create the old quad as a historic district. But Patricia came up with an idea about how we could modify it and change the metrics on that. Why does it have to be 100% consensus? Why not 70%?
Yeah, actually, you know, the ordinance itself, when it first came out, that was approved. The intention was to, let's put something in place because we need to, and then we need to come back and actually review it and then modify it as needed. Not a lot of cities actually put 100% consensus for like any kind of district. In talking to our state historic preservation office, they're saying like 65, 70% consensus is generally what they recommend, but we don't have that. So I think we should put some resources in there to kind of identify what it is. It's not really just for the quad. Like this actually was used for one of our, the only Eichler community that we have, the Pomeroy Greens. It's actually our only historic district in the city because they had 100% consensus and actually got the property listed on the National Register because that's the only multifamily Eichler community in the country. That's all he did, yeah. But this can be applied to a lot of different places.
Imagine just changing the metrics from 100% to 60% or 70%, how we could protect the old quad for generations to come, you know? There's a lot of changes going on at state level that are kind of frightening about how it could impact our historical neighborhood. And just by becoming a district, we have resources on our side to protect the old quad. So I think that could be a game changer for us.
Yeah, this also has like some implications on like how we apply zoning as well. If we want to do an overlay, we don't have like a specific boundary for a district for the area. This will actually kind of give us like actually a solid boundary of what we can apply, some of the guidelines that we want to send out.
We really appreciate your support on that. Outreach, education, and resources. This isn't just a problem for Santa Clara. We found that at the conference that we attended in San Francisco, that even San Francisco is struggling with this. You know, like how do we get the education out there so that people understand what a benefit it is to have a Mills Act, or what a benefit it is to be part of a historical neighborhood. And these kind of things just require outreach. And maybe having an event here, right here in this space would be good, or at the library where we could just provide collaterals, discuss how to get started, you know, like streamline the process for them so that they could choose to go forward with the Mills Act or choose to protect their historic home. So we want to create that connection with the community. And it just needs to, and now is a good time. The COVID is over and people do want to gather again, but they want to gather in an event style kind of space so we can make it fun for them. I mean, education doesn't have to be boring. It can be fun. So we could do that. I know we've already started on some brochures. Kathleen Romano is pretty good with the graphics, and so there's some that we could provide to you once they're more finalized. They're colorful, they're modern, they have things that would appeal to today's generation who might be more interested in historical preservation. Grants, this is something we would love to have your help with, is grants. Now, or some kind of resources, if we can, or a budget that we can access grants. There's so many out there that could benefit our fantastic old historic homes, the Morse, the Adobe. They all need some love, and it is a deficit in our budget right now. So if we can find outside paths to take care of these critical issues for our homes before they become so seriously damaged that we can't do anything about it. That's our fear. So SVP collaboration. This is an idea that came from the meeting with Manuel Pineda with the Old Quad group. And he thought that it would be an excellent way to work with Silicon Valley Power, because some of the questions that came up in the Old Quad is, how do I modernize my home with energy ideas without harming my home? And Patricia had some personal experience, if you want to share, about how trying a green approach to historic preservation could be the next step.
Yeah, I mean, it's generally like thinking about programs that help with energy conservation, like within the home. So like a lot of people would ask me, like, how do I go replace my windows? And I'm like, you probably shouldn't replace your old windows that have been there for about 100 years. But because like a lot of times it's actually not the windows itself, it's actually like how it's actually installed and maintained over time. And those are the type of education that we think like SVP can help with. Because they do have funding for like education that they really should spend on educating like how we can do the conservation. But like we want to look at it from more of a preservation lens as well, to make sure that we are preserving the historic fabric of our neighborhoods, not just the quad. We have a lot of like tract homes that are over 50 years old now that are starting to qualify for historic status. So like those are the things that would be very useful to collaborate with SVP with.
Kind of a new and creative idea, and it's a question that's popping up a lot right now, especially with the new younger homeowners. They really are interested in climate change, energy, all of those things, and then they look at a historic property like, how do I achieve these goals? So we can help them with that. We thought maybe a once a year kind of outreach event might be fun. Turn it into a tradition. Like every February, we're doing this with the community, and just word would get out, create buzz around. It's fun to preserve. We'll find a creative way to market it, because we're all pretty creative on the commission. Context statements is another one. Oh, sorry, I have really poor eyesight. Yes. We just came up with an idea for May's Preservation Month, and we thought what would be fun to educate and to get the word out about preservation. We're going to create some very colorful banners that can be put around the city, like on El Camino in Great America, because I don't know if enough people know that we have so many historic properties. And we thought of interesting images like characters like Jack London, J.J. Montgomery, who used to be a professor at Santa Clara U, who was the father of lighter than air gliding. Even images of the Morse Mansion, a loaning heritage, maybe with the oak tree, things that are symbolic of Santa Clara that not enough visitors would know about, and placing them, perhaps the banners, on the streets where these properties are located. Like we know Morse Mansion is right there on Washington Street. Maybe as you're driving off El Camino, the banner kind of indicates Morse Mansion. So it could be a spontaneous moment. So we think banners is something that hasn't been tried, and it could be something that works for all the traffic that's driving through Santa Clara all the time, So we're in the middle of that. We're probably going to have something finalized by March 7th, next month. We have an artist lined up who's going to help create some of the graphics, and we're excited about sharing that with you. Anything you want to add?
I just want to circle back on one point, education. Like as we mentioned earlier, Mills Act is actually like our biggest tool to preserving properties around the city. And as you're looking at like the accomplishments with this year, we only had 3 Mills Act and 1 HRI designation, so the numbers are dwindling. And what we really truly rely on is property owners come forward with their property to get the designation and get the Mills Act for preservation. But like, if they don't know about it, how are they going to come forward and take advantage of, the advantage of the Mills Act to do the preservation? That's why the education outreach piece is going to be very important. So the banners, maybe doing a fair, the starter pack is going to be very, very important.
And one last point is also, so many people are unaware of the 200 feet ruling, They don't realize that they could do something if they see something. If they see a historic home that's within 200 feet of them, they don't know they have that opportunity to take action, and prevent damage being done to a historical property. So that's part of our education. We want to give them tools that they can reach out to us, reach out to the city, do something, maybe even add it to the app, That would probably be a great idea. Get on your phone and say, somebody within 200 feet of me is about ready to rip out some windows or something. So it takes a village, and if we're all engaged on this, then it's easier to keep eyes on what we have and preserve it. So we're very excited about that. By the way, Mike Kelso just arrived.
Welcome, Michael.
We didn't know he was coming, so we're glad to have him. Next item, contact statements. It's number 4 on our list. It's a little bit, we need your support on it. There is some cost involved to do a contact statement, but it would benefit the entire city, so people learn more about preservation.
Yeah, the intention of contact statement is actually to identify the different neighborhoods that are qualified for any kind of preservation activities that needs to happen, like within the city. We talk about the quad a lot. It's not just about the quad. I know, it's funny coming from me. But there's we have like a lot of post-war tract homes that are actually very interesting, like in development patterns. We have basically the cradle of Silicon Valley. Like, we have so many Fortune 500 companies that actually started in Santa Clara. We don't really talk about it. We had buildings. We had a property that came through. It was actually the Memorex old headquarters. I didn't know too much about it because we don't talk about it, and I had to go and dig up like a whole bunch of information about that. So what the contact statement does for us is actually identify areas of interest within the city where we can actually concentrate our resources instead of just kind of go just this one place. There's so much more stuff that we can look at. Yep.
It's really important that we bring clarity to preservation, and I think that's something that's been lacking with preservation, and we've been listening to the community and what they need. And so we think some of these bullet points that we're providing to you is going to create the structure that we need to move forward as to preserve our historical properties. And all the ones that are coming up, Patricia brought a very good point up, and this is kind of a concern. A lot of these tract homes were built just 50 years ago, and according to the Secretary of Standards, anything that's over 50 years of age is now considered possibly a historic home. So you can imagine Santa Clara is just going to be all historic at some point. So we need to get ahead of this, and that's why we're trying to lay the groundwork to make what's coming easier to process. And the contact statement would definitely help with that. I was going to say the word tsunami of all these tract homes, but that's what it feels like when you realize how many things are turning 50 years of age and could qualify. And lastly, this is sort of a pie in the sky, but a favorite little pet project of mine. There are so many wonderful heritage parks like San Jose History Park. I love that place. I love Sunnyvale Heritage Park, and Saratoga has a lovely heritage park. And I thought, where do we have something like that? And it's the Civic Center. And I feel like by adding a name change or saying Civic Center Heritage Park, that maybe you could bring people to this space. We have the Triton Museum, we've got the Jamison House, we've got the Heaton Inman House right in the backyard there. We've got this great public art project here and there. I really enjoy the stroll through the past banners and the bronze plaques there. But we need to give them a reason to come here. And if you say Civic Center, I don't think it's going to drive anybody here unless they have to be here. But if you call it a heritage park, it's just branding. It may cause people to stop and enjoy this space a little bit more. So just a simple name change could really make the difference. So I would love support on how we can go about renaming the Civic Center to Heritage Park. Any questions for us?
Well, I'm going to ask if any other members want to say anything, because we will all have a chance to
Power
say
through.
something about your presentation. And thank you very much for the very thorough presentation. Give us a lot of things to think about as well.
I'd like to say something. I really love this presentation. I agree. This doing some outreach, some context statements is necessary to create an identity for Santa Clara, because we have a lot of things began here. For instance, you mentioned the Memorex building. There's also steel treating that we have in near that area, and a lot of them focus on semiconductors, and that's what Silicon Valley runs on. And I think that's something that we should highlight. SOS Steel also has their historic as well. They're like a foundation to what built Silicon Valley, and so I definitely agree with that presentation.
Thank you. Michael, yeah, I know you're chewing, so now's the best time to ask you a question. If you have something you'd like to add before we give our 2 cents.
I've prepared a small presentation. No, I'm just kidding. Well, I think it was item 2, the preservation ordinance. There are some examples of cities in the Los Angeles area that have had really good success by revising the preservation ordinance so that it doesn't require 100% buy-in of people in potentially historic districts, by creating historic zoning overlays, or do you recall what it was called exactly? HPOZ, Historic Preservation, HPZO maybe.
That's why.
Yeah.
Good.
But yeah, so I don't know exactly the mechanics of how that would take place, how we revise the preservation ordinance. But I think by, possibly just reaching out to the city of Glendale or the city of Los Angeles, for example, that have successfully made those changes and then identified and designated, multiple historic districts within their city, I think we could probably replicate that success without having to recreate the wheel. So just to bring that to the forefront. And just on a side note, there's also, I think it's a cement factory or something off of Montague Expressway near De La Cruz. I'm not sure if anyone's familiar with that, but I believe that might be, possibly historic. It seems like it may have been around for a long time. So in terms of commercial properties, that might be another one to keep an eye on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. So I think we're just going to go around and give just our thoughts, quickly, a couple minutes each, and then hopefully we'll have time at the end to discuss a little bit. And I'm just going to start. First of all, the post office, you haven't heard any news that it's closing, right? There's nothing, okay, because about, I don't know, 5 or 6 years ago, it was under threat of closure, and our community came together and said, we really don't want this closed.
Yeah, with the current Postmaster General, you never know.
Okay, so that's what, look, we just will all keep an eye on that, because that's really important to the community, as was evidenced when they tried to close it. For the historical district, I hear what you're saying, 100% down to something that's more reasonable. And even if it is 60 or 65% or 70%, you still have to tell property owners why it's a benefit to them, because everything involving historical properties to property owners is a little bit scary. And I know that, personally, because I'm a real estate agent, and people say, I don't want to buy there because they're too restrictive. But people really don't know the historic building code is very flexible. It's the opposite of what people think. And when you talked about Mills Act contracts and others, I think it's all about education. And I like the fact that you want to get out there in the community and educate people, because again, there's a lot of thoughts out there that aren't correct. There's a lot of misinformation about historical preservation. I like the idea of maybe, opening up that Berryessa Adobe and have, neighborhood events, and they're educational, like about the Mills Act and other things. Like, take them to a historical property. When I was first elected way back when, the first thing I did, I went to a session, it was I think a conference on the Mills Act, and I learned about it and all the benefits, and it's especially today, it's a tremendous property tax benefit, but you have to promise to do things that you probably would do anyway when you buy a historical home. So, but I think education is it, but make it fun where they're in a property like the Adobe that nobody knows is there, right? With the roof I don't like that they ended up putting on by accident. Yes, okay. Maybe we can change that in the future. Just a couple other random thoughts. I think the city, generally speaking, we need to employ some grant writers. Just that's all they do is write grants. There's a lot of federal money out there. I learned recently as well. There's a lot of money for arts, historical preservation, infrastructure, everything. But everyone's so busy here, we don't have anyone specifically that's all they do. But I think we need at least a couple of people that's all they do because of the money out there. In terms of advertising your event, I thought we had those banner clips for banners to be made around town, and I know the University of Santa Clara has. So maybe we can get some banners made and use their clips on the around, because the university has it around the old quad, sort of. So let's see how our partnership is. And I know there's some banners around the Franklin Mall, and I think there's some old sort of banners in there. They can be refreshed, changed, because I think it's all about marketing. Tourism, marketing through our sister cities to show people as Santa Clara becomes probably the home of Super Bowl winners after Sunday. But as we become more and more on the world stage and others, from our events at our stadium, at our convention center, at our future, uptown and everything else, I think having information on, we have certainly we're the center of what's possible. We have the high-tech industry, which has its own, draw for when the sister city kids come from everywhere, that they want to go to, Intel and NVIDIA and all these places. But let's show them what we have in terms of, the university, the old quad, our historic homes and other things. They just don't know it exists. So if we can prepare and have, your commission look at preparing documents that we can put in hotel rooms and for tourists and other things, for people who visit the city, I think that we have all these jewels. We're just not showing them and shining them up and putting them out there. One last thing, the Civic Center, I love the idea, but we should put, items in the park for people to see the historical, features in the park somewhere. So but I love that idea. I think it's great. We're going to start here with Councilmember Park. I started there last time. Your thoughts, Councilmember Park?
So I was going to suggest next time we meet, maybe we should meet at one of these historic places, like maybe the swim center. Like I love that historic designation for the swim center, because as you said, it's much more than just a place. It's much more than a swimming pool, and people come to this city to see our swim center. It's kind of a shame where we are with that. Triton Museum is very close to that. I mean, it's going on almost 40 years, and it's going to need a remodel, and it's something that we have to think about. We know it's coming, and we need to think about that. And I think the Triton would be a perfect center or a guide place, because if you've got the Civic Center, you've got a historic park designation, it would be nice to have a place where you can get information, maybe have a digital guide, something. I don't want an app. I'd like a website that people can go to that can walk you through different things, or if you do have an app, integrate it with an app that already exists, like the Santa Clara app. I don't like people having to download something just to see a small piece, because they usually don't. We have the only multi-family Eicher community. Like, I worked with that. It's in my district. in the country, but it didn't really affect the development in their midst when the other housing came in. So I have a couple of questions about how these designations help preserve the area. Like when I go around the side, I know what that looks like now, and I know what it's blocking. I think that you said something about so people see what's there or what was there, and I like that concept. And I think that we have experts there. We have experts in that community. We have experts in the old quad about even windows. And if we can identify these people so that if anyone has questions, you can say, hey, you're in an Eichler, here's an Eichler community, not just in this one neighborhood, but throughout the city. There are people that we can identify. Maybe they sign up and say, we have information, this is our background, we vet what they are, but they become resources for anyone that comes here. And, I have this question about people of significance, which is maybe the house is not, all that significant, but like Eddie Souza lived here or Patty Mahan lived here, something like that. I don't know where that comes into it. There's a concern that I have as people who came here or were here for the historic aspects, as they leave and are replaced with people who are just looking for a home, like we have a really big thing. That they don't necessarily care about the historic aspects, but how do we engage them before they purchase and say, this is what you're, not necessarily getting into this, not the mess, but these are the concerns that we have so that things are clear. Like it's a really bad thing if they have to come to you after the fact to learn these things when they are in an historic place. How do we adjust, right? And banners, we have some digital banners that we're also trying to ideate uses on for the Triton, and maybe that could help during that time as well. That would be great. And I have so many things. Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, Anna. And Patricia, it's like you're tag teaming off of each other. No, it's true. I was walking around the downtown, the old quad area this past weekend, and I'm just always amazed at how many old homes are there. And I like the idea that that the Mills Act was created. As much as you get a tax. Not a discount, but you get a reduction in your taxes, but you can use those monies to put back into the house, because there's so many houses down there too that are not being preserved very well, and it's really sad to see, because it's just such a critical part of Santa Clara's history. But I also want to remind you of the north side. There is still quite a bit of historical areas out there. It's a pair of brothers that recently painted and fixed up the old the Agnew station, the train station out there. And I know David, who was working on the city calendar, was asking me about places to go and take pictures for the calendar, and I told him about that place. And then I also mentioned the Lick Mill Mansion, and it's unfortunate that it's behind a gate. But it's something that, gosh, if we could have that as part of the historical home tour, would be, a great draw. But, aside from that, you also have the old Agnew development that a lot of people, forget about too, the clock tower, and you have the auditorium, you have a mansion there, and you also have an administration building. That a lot of people like to go to and walk around. It's also I think there's a park there too, a public park that belongs to the city. Agnew and around Agnew and Bassett Street, you've got a lot of historical homes over there as well. And then you also have the cemetery and the museum. The museum, I don't know if you've ever been there, but it has a lot of history in it as a result of the former Agnew's Hospital. And it's only opened once a week, and there are docents, that open it from like 10 to 2. But there's a lot of history in there as well that's very significant to Santa Clara. You have, you talked about the banners. The banners were actually talked a lot about during early on during the Economic and Marketing Committee. That was one of the projects that were taken on to help give that notoriety on the El Camino. But then it wasn't just for Santa Clara, but Santa Clara University, Mission College has also used them out there on Great America Parkway, and they use them for a variety of reasons. But I think the banners, like the mayor said, the clips are out there. I think they were put up actually for Super Bowl 50, and so. If the Economic and Development Committee comes back together and meets, that would be a really good discussion to have and focus on. But I think you've got a lot of items here that are a great work plan, and I hope that you get a lot of, your ideas put through, and whatever we can do to help, let us know.
Thank you, Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation and having a dinner with us. Pretty good points, like so many of the good points. Like I specifically like some of the points, like recognizing our swimming pool, like 33 Olympic medals. That means a lot. Not many countries have that many medals. With this swimming pool has given us so many Olympic medals. So we have to preserve that and present it to the future and to the tourists who come to this city. That's a very good idea. I would say collaboration with Santa Clara University. That's the first college in California, basically. And anything we can collaborate with them to enhance our historic footprint, that would be really good. Like whether they participate in some sort of a museum or some type of site within the Santa Clara University, or co-partner with outside also. That would be great. Tech, like this is a valley where we started with the orchards and peaches and prunes, right? And here we are, one of the world's best technology hub. So how we connect those things, like where we are coming from, and how we present that into a presentation or preserve into the history, that can be a very good part of Santa Clara's history, basically. I was lucky to be part of the historic preservation ordinance. As a planning commissioner, I was on that committee. So I learned a little bit, not as much as you all learned about this thing, but I learned a little bit. So preserving and modifying the ordinance if we need to, that's an important thing. Like if going forward, what additional changes we can make into that ordinance to make it more palatable to preserve the history, basically. Heritage Park, I know Councilmember Park touched about it. The Triton Museum Park, HI House and all, that's a really historical district, and it can be connected to the Civic Center. We do have some plaques over here, but how we raise it to the next level, basically, that's how we can do that. That's the main point. Historic sister cities. We have historic sister city. Izmo, one of the best Taisha shrine in Japan. Like it's considered #2 after the Emperor Shrine. And then Coimbra, how Coimbra is one of the best educational centers, right? And how we are correlated to the same thing. We had the mission that's connected to the Taisha, and we have Santa Clara University, which is connected to Coimbra's historical educational center. So how we correlate those and expand not only locally, globally, how we connect Santa Clara globally with these historic. And I don't know much about Limerick, but I visited both these sister cities, Limerick, now Izmo and Coimbra, so I know a little bit more about. But Limerick must be having some historical aspect, how we connect those things, basically, that's important. And about decimating information, I think Okra can be one footprint where you should be taking proactive steps to let your residents know what is needed, how we can make it happen, what are the requirements of historical preservation, and how your commission can help residents into getting footprints of historic preservation, basically. Public-private partnership, that's always important to me, like saving the Adobe or saving any historical, we need to talk to our private business leaders, business companies, and for them to, like Intel, one of the first semiconductors offshoot of National Semi, they can be very good first one to start in the Silicon Valley, sort of, as a chip manufacturer. So they can be very good source and funding source also. They should partner with us how we can preserve those things. So those are my comments. Thank you
Thank you, and I'm sorry to say we only have about 7 minutes left, so Councilmember Jane, and this is, your district has a lot of historical features in it.
Yeah, thank you. So I brought this up when we had the meeting with the Planning Commission. So when I was on Planning Commission, we had a $20,000 budget to go do training. And then when we had a downturn, it was reduced to 10,000. And then it was never increased. So, you know, I want you guys to get trained and to go to conferences, because that's really the way to connect with other people that have the same issues in other cities. And then, you know, in our general plan, we have the survey of historic, and that's 15 years old now. So is there an idea of doing another survey? And you know, the big thing is, how do you fund preservation? Because the various Adobe is just a mess, right? And you can see the peeling paint and everything. So how do we find a funding source? I know we talked about grants, and we do need to have a grant writer to go look at that. But the city needs to put some money aside from, you know, some sort of impact fee or something, or a tourism fee or something. Could be from our TOT taxes. You know, you talked about preserving the Morse Mansion and the Adobe, but you know, the Jameson House and the Hayden Inman House, I don't actually know what condition they're in and where the money comes to preserve them. But and then there's the mansion at the Oracle Sun campus. How is that being preserved? I think Oracle's paying for that, but I don't know who's paying for the Hayden Inman House. And then I'm going to steal probably Anthony's thunder here, but SVP has a program where they have grants, $5,000 grants for students to go make videos about how to save energy. So I wonder if we could have a film program where we engage young people that might be interested in historic, you know, telling a story about a house or something. Maybe we could do that. It would engage young people, and they would make something that is probably more appealing to young people, not just old people like me.
It'd have to be 15 seconds long for their attention. That's my attention now. All right.
That's all I had.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy.
I'll make it fast, so just hang on. I get really, really excited about this. It was, when I was chair of HLC, those were my two goals, was to up the Mills Act from 5 maximum to 10. And the council did agree with that, and that has been in place. So I wanted to see more houses take advantage of that and recognize that the city, what we lose in a small amount of property tax is so offset by the amazing things that happen to people's homes. And the other part of that was to make certain there was someone in community development that had a historic preservation understanding. And I know that person that got hired because of our pushing has retired. So I didn't know if we had someone at this point, but that was the HLC that got that going. I hope that you mentioned events. We have the historic home tour, which I always help with and drag a few of my council members with. So, I mean, that's one event, but we had an ice cream party at the gazebo in front of the branch library. And that was, and then explaining kind of why it was a corral, and there's a great story that goes behind that. And speaking of those great stories, Lori Garcia is wonderful with the stories, and she just, you get her started, it's like a fountain of information. I really enjoy that. I was part of the Agnews Museum and why that was made and why that was preserved in that way. And my daughter, a lot of people don't know that you can rent the auditorium there, and that's where my daughter had her reception, her wedding reception, and because I knew about that. But I wish more people realized. When we've talked about, we had the old walking tour brochure, and that was long before cell phones. So I've wanted to do some kind of an overlay where it showed different places, and if you clicked on it, it would show just a blurb, and then could send you if there was a website as well, because we have the world headquarters of Intel. We have all these historic homes. We have the university. I mean, I could just go on. And by the way, I was the one that wrote the report saying, please buy the Barry Essie Adobe. So it's been very, very hard for me to watch that not go well. And so anything I can do to help. When the post office, when they went after the post office in the Franklin Square, I will tell you, Mayor, then it was Patty Mahan went to bat for that. And I have even said, people on my side of the city may be mad at me, but take out Kylie first before you take out that, because it has the worst parking lot ever. So we wouldn't miss it near as much as we would the Franklin Mall post office. So that's always a way to approach that. The preservation overlay, the reason that got torpedoed, and that was another one of my things that I worked on, is because so many of the council members lived in the old quad, that they had to expand the boundaries and make it more than 10% of the city so that the council members could vote on it. And then that got pushed down because the boundaries were too big. So with districts, that's not a problem anymore. And I'd love to see us look at that and do a really good job of the boundaries, because we could do an overlay, especially with the way state law has changed. We have that option. So I've been watching that. And I'd love to know how, I was sitting here thinking how the ISC, how a historic designation would help, if possible. I'm not certain. We can kind of look at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Finally, Vice Mayor Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you all for coming tonight. I really was hoping that maybe some of these things I could ask you guys tonight, I could get a response. Maybe you guys could even send an email, so on. But it gets down to, you know, a lot of us don't see historical aspect until later in life. So, for example, you know, parents like to go get rid of toys when you're a kid, and then you find out now as an adult that that could have paid off your school loans and probably rent for the next 6 months. And you're like, wow, dang, Mom and Dad. But it comes down to interpretation of history, you know, and where that line's drawn. So basically the questions are like, so what does it look like, I guess kind of in your context statement is, what does it look like in regards to naming new landmarks or identifying them, historical districts or their significance, old motels, there's signage, stuff like that. When it comes to the commission, does someone on the commission bring it forward? Is it someone from a resident? Is it kind of a hive mind kind of thing? At the same time, you know, kind of the interpretation of history, the threshold of including those things, and going to, you know, what Councilmember Watanabe was talking about with the north side, you know, not only that train depot, there's also like, if Great America goes away, what about where the fountain is, or the merry-go-round, if I'm saying it right, the carousel? What happens to that? So kind of in that kind of context is, where do we start drawing the line? Where do we start identifying those areas? And where can we go from here? And, you know, Councilmember Jane may have stole my thunder, but he won't steal my lightning. And I agree, lightning only strikes once or twice, doesn't strike in the same place twice, but opportunity only knocks once or twice at your door. And that might be an opportunity for young kids to show where our diverse history comes from. The story of Santa Clara, it isn't just one story, it's many stories. So maybe that's how we can kind of go in that direction as well and give people opportunities. So, but those are kind of what my questions were. I know we don't have a lot of time to talk about it, but I'd love to see where you guys, where we will go and how we identify these areas, especially things that are turning now to an age to be historic.
Thank you very much. I have two hands that are up, members of the public and City Clerk. I'm going to say a minute apiece because I want to give time for Madam Chair, even though there isn't any time left, to give us some closing comments. So we have Andy.
Andy, please unmute.
And if not, Derek?
Derek, please unmute your mic.
All right, Madam Chair, closing comments.
I think one of the comment here that really caught my attention is the how. How do we get people engaged in our community?
Can you please speak in the microphone? We're going
one
to
of the-
connect it to your jacket
Right
next
here.
time.
One of the most important things, and I think it's the disconnect from, I have an idea, but how do I connect to the solution? And that's what we were trying to do today, is create this clarity. And one of the questions that I think Anthony, and I heard it amongst the council too, was who nominates these properties? Anyone can nominate these properties. Anyone, you could be 200 feet from a historical property and you see that that should be one, have a conversation. We should all be part of this village who's taking care of our historical assets. So there isn't any complexity to nominating a property. Any of you could do that. We could do that as HLC. We have our eyes open. We're always looking. We just nominated the International Swim Center, and we want to do the post office as well. So we are looking for properties. But at the end, if the owner of the property doesn't want to engage, that's fine too. They really do have to be on board. But going back to your comment, Lisa, we have to educate. We have to show them the why. Why should they do this? And so it all goes hand in hand. We do need to modify this ordinance so it isn't 100% consensus. We need to change that. We also need to make it easy for people to engage and be part of preservation. And it needs to be fun. It needs to be an event, even. I like the idea of holding it at the Adobe. I think that's a great idea. The Harris Lass. I mean, we have a lot of properties we can choose from. North Side, I mean, the mansion over James Lick, I love that property. People ask about that property I've met from Los Altos. They want to know more about that property. So it's not just our community, it's other communities around us who want to know more about Santa Clara too. So we need to be visible. We need to create the brochures that we're working on, the banners. We want to trigger conversations in the community. We want to drive the curiosity to go take an action. And if you don't know what to do, then you don't know what to do. So we need to remove these obstacles to that.
And thank you very much, and we're going to continue this conversation. It's a really a riveting conversation and one that we're all excited about. So we're going to bring some of your thoughts as well, and I invite you to join us for our strategic goal-setting sessions I think they're in March, end of March and April now. We'll make sure you have those dates so that you can join us as well, because I think we need to include this as well. Thank you very much. We need to convert this room into a council meeting in the next few minutes. So thank you very much for
everyone.
coming.
Thank you. We could have gone all night.
Council Stadium Authority concurrent meeting to order. Welcome, everyone. Roll call. Let's see, we've been through roll call already earlier. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so that we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. City Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. AB 23 announcement. Members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as the presiding officer, the mayor's and chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. For those joining us this evening in the capacity as a registered lobbyist, we ask you to please identify yourself as such and disclose the clients and/or organizations that you represent. This is pursuant to City Code Section 2.155.110. Thank you.
Thank you. So good evening, everyone. For today's meeting, the council's back in person and is conducting its meeting in a hybrid manner. The public is welcome to attend in person, and the city continues to use a Zoom feature to allow participation from your home or office. Members of the public can still join via the link and/or call into the Zoom meeting phone number shown on the screen now. If you would like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I'll call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, and those are reserved for items that are not currently on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower your hand to ensure members of the public are seeking to speak on the appropriate agenda item. So we'll move to the agenda right now. So we have continuances, exceptions, reconsiderations. Do we have any of those from the council, the staff, or the public? Seeing none, we will move on to our first special order of business. This evening, we are proud to proclaim February as Black History Month in Santa Clara. Black History Month is important to recognize the struggles, adversity, strength, and history of the Black American experience in the United States. The City of Santa Clara celebrates Black History Month to raise awareness of Black culture and honor all individuals who continue to shape the course of American history. This evening, we are honored to have local leaders from the African American Community Service Agency and the San Jose Silicon Valley chapter of the NAACP. The mission of the African American Community Service Agency is to preserve the dignity and culture of a diverse African American community and to provide services that promote full participation of Santa Clara County and general society. I'd like to invite Associate Director LaVere Foster to the podium to share a few words. Welcome.
Thank you. So on behalf of the African American Community Service Agency, I want to thank the City of Santa Clara for its recognition of Black History Month. And as you said, ACSA has been serving the community since 1978, working to preserve the dignity and culture of a diverse African-American Africans ancestry in Santa Clara County. We just held our MLK luncheon celebrating Dr. King, and we were so happy to see so many partners in attendance. And we just held our Black History Month kickoff at our center, and it was great to see families, children running about our agency, recognizing small businesses, as well as hearing from the community on ways we can uplift and show up for one another. We operate under the saying, strength in unity, and we all must strive to continue to unite to create impactful change within our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask that you stay close because we're going to ask you to come up to take a picture with the full council. And thank you very much for what your organization does for all of our community. We've been wonderful partners over the years. Thank you so much. The NAACP is a renowned national civil rights and social justice organization. It works to achieve equity, political rights, and social inclusion by advancing policies and practices that advance and expand human and civil rights, eliminate discrimination, and accelerate the well-being, education, and economic security of all persons of color. Now I'd like to invite Reverend Jethro Moore, President of the NAACP San Jose Silicon Valley, to say a few words. Welcome, Reverend Moore.
To the city of Santa Clara, we are most gracious for being here and accepting this recognition of Black History Month. And as we work toward pushing the levers for equity across this county, state, and nation, we're thankful again that you're mindful of it. So you guys know a lot of times I push with different city councils, including this city council, to drive for district-wide voting. And as we continue to push for, as you consider your next police chief, that we broaden that bowl of opportunities for police chiefs across this nation and state to guarantee that when we make a selection, we can make a selection from the best of the state or the nation at that time, and not just be insulated to just within our communities. To keep our diversity and keep ourselves moving forward and progressing forward, we always must challenge ourselves. What can we do different? What can we do better to make our communities all inclusive for all people? And again, thank you for the award. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. I would ask, though, Reverend Moore, we'd like to present a proclamation to the NAACP San Jose Silicon Valley and to the African American Community Service Agency in recognition of Black History Month. Would you please do us the honor of joining us up here as well? And yes, please come forward. City Manager, would you like to join us in the photo as well?
Thank you.
All right, thank you everyone for that. For our next special order of business, I'm honored to recognize Yes, oh, I'm sorry. Okay, Councilmember Jane.
It's unfortunate that I guess our guests have left the room, but we call it Black History. And the interesting thing is there are communities around this country that are trying to erase Black history. They're trying to give us the impression that it wasn't so bad for some people. Well, if you had no freedom, it was bad. And I'm dismayed that that's happening around. I will fight as much as I can to make sure it doesn't happen here. I actually am proposing at some point to have a display at the library of banned books. There are other communities that have banned certain books by award-winning authors just because they might make some people feel bad. And that's the point of books, is to expand our horizons, make us think. And so it's unfortunate that they've left, but we cannot try to erase our history.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll echo the same thing. Like I always believe in diversity and unity in diversity and progress with diversity. And every country, every community can learn from the past, how we can improve in future, basically. And these are the things, like the reason for us celebrating these Black History Month or different months we celebrate for different issues. So it means a lot to me as a minority, as a person of color, to celebrate these things, and it gives a lot of pleasure. We just had a dinner meeting with the Historical and Landmark Commission, and we were trying to preserve our historical landmarks. And here we want to preserve our history from different angles. So it's very important we all pay attention to these things and learn from our past and move to future in a better way. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Everyone has had comments. Okay, we're going to move on. Our next special order of business. I'm honored to recognize the Santa Clara Lions 12U team, the Wildcats. The Santa Clara Lions Youth Football and Cheer Club is an institution in our city, and I see Craig Connolly sitting right there talking about institutions. Thank you, Craig and Linda. Is Linda here? Oh, so sorry, but we send our best wishes to Linda as well. Speaking of institutions, it's led by a group of passionate coaches. Their dedicated work provides opportunities for our Santa Clara youth to play competitive sports. Late last year, the Wildcats won the Pacific Northwest Championship Division II title, which was very amazing. The Division II title earned the Wildcats their spot at the Pop Warner National Championship held in Florida in December 2023. I know they won some, they lost some, but we are so proud of them. And today, with the City Council, we want to commend all of you for your work and play in representing our city of Santa Clara. So I'd like to invite Coach Roger Young to the podium to provide some brief remarks about the team. Coach Roger, I see you there. Welcome, Coach.
Well, thank you. Thank you to this wonderful city of Santa Clara and mayor and council people. It was an honor to go to Florida and represent the city. The one thing that we did different this year from last year is when we went to Florida this year, we had our uniforms on. And our new uniforms that we went out and purchased, they only have one name on it. And the only name that uniform had was Santa Clara. It wasn't Lions, it wasn't Wildcats, it wasn't one of our other teams. We represented Santa Clara, and we let everybody know who we were. We were really close on getting the Sportsmanship Award, which is really big out there. And the first game we lost by just a point after touchdown, but we kind of gave them a little bit of hell when we threw the ball deep. right at the last couple minutes and scored the touchdown that almost would have tied it up. So we advanced to a second game, and the second game we saw a team out of New Mexico, and that was a fun game. Everybody that watched it realized that Santa Clara is a force to be reckoned with on how you can play youth sports safely and conduct business in a professional sportsman way. And that's what Santa Clara is about, and Santa Clara Lions football as well. So, thank you so much.
So thank you, Coach Young, for your dedicated leadership. And I know you traveled with the team, helped with fundraising. You pretty much did it all. So with your group of dedicated volunteers, moms, dads, parents, friends, a village. It took a village for this. And I think this is your second year in a row, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It was our second. We won as 11U last year, and we didn't get the win last year, but we did better this year.
You
did. A lot better.
So we're looking for next year too. We obviously have a dynasty here. So I'm going to ask to the team, Lorena Chavez, I think you're going to come up and read the names, and I'll come down to hand the certificates with the coach, and then we're going to ask everyone to come up with their council members for a group photo. Okay?
Number 5, Gavino Rodriguez. Number 9, Daniel Green. Number 14, Miles Shaney. Number 15, Jaden Mata. Number 21, Junior Medina. Number 23, Dennis Young. Number 24, Elijah Davis. Number 28, Alex Martinez. Number 29, Mason Malmgren. Three more here. Number 32, Daniel Ceballos. Number 33, Axel Gomez. Number 34, Jonathan Carrillo Contreras. Number 35, Samuel Martinez. Number 42, Aaron Bangura. Number 44, Miles Fowler Armstrong. Number 46, Rigoberto Cruz Delgadillo. Number 54, Danny Fernandez. Number 56, Jacob Hogan. Number 62, Russell Tostado. Number 66, Ryan Macer. Number 71, Dylan Riggins. Number 72, Josiah Leah Titoa. Number 74, Josiah Gitop. Number 75, Jaden Brown. Number 77, Adrian Brusuela. Number 78, Isaac Tellis. Number 83, Evan Brahms. Number 84, Elijah Cortines. Number 86, Isaiah Quiroz Farfan. Number 88, Josiah Chavez. And number 89, Jeremiah Booth.
I'd like to let you know my coaches. Without them, I don't know what I'd do. I'd probably go insane. First is Andrew Young. Come on up. Next, Monty Macer. Angelo Mata. Danny Gutap. And unable to make it today is one of our city employees as well, and that's Isaac, what's Isaac's last name? Latoya, it's a big long Simone. Okay, thank you. Yes. And the legend, Craig Connolly.
That's all for Rod. Come on. That's all for Rod.
How about the shorter guys get in the front? We got the faster, yeah, there we go.
Craig.
Guys, make sure you can see the camera so I have everybody in the shot.
Oh, wait a minute, you're behind. Can you see him? Okay.
All right. You, yeah, this way, the guy behind you. Yeah, right there. All right, cool. Got it, hold that, all right. 1, 2, 3. One more, 1, 2, 3. And one more, 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Let the parents do it too. Parents, if you want to come up. The parents want to come up and take a photo before anybody moves.
Nobody move.
Please come up because they're excited. Same here.
Well, we keep feeding these.
Wear heels like I do.
Congratulations.
Good job, guys.
Congratulations. Thanks, Roger. Thanks for bringing them in.
Thank you.
Congratulations to everyone, and like I said, the beginning of a dynasty here, and we hope to see you soon, and keep us informed of all your progress, because we're going to be watching you. Thank you, coaches, families, parents, chaperones, everyone, and the kids. Thank you so much. We'll give them a minute to exit. You're all welcome to stay for a council meeting. Next 5 hours or so. Please, welcome. Look we have lots of seats. Oh, yes, let's see. Is there hands? Okay. Councilman Park.
Hello, while you're all filing out, I'd like to congratulate you all again. I really love the attitude. You did better this year, and I kind of like that. That's what you look forward to, which is doing better next year as well. I also know Coach Craig for a long time. I've known him for over 20 years, it turns out. He used to fix my car at the end of Pierce Street, and I know that as a customer, I mean, I'll tell you, he's the reason that I kept my car for longer than I probably should have. But I think that if that's the kind of coaching, if the way that he deals with the people, is any indication, I think that the kids are in very good hands. And I'd like to congratulate them again, and I look forward to seeing them next year. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now we're going to move to the consent calendar. All items are approved with one motion unless a consent calendar item is pulled for discussion. Councilmember Jane.
Yes, I would like to pull item number 4. That is action on Santa Clara Stadium Authority financial status report for quarter ending September 30th.
All right, Councilmember Becker.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there anyone in the audience or the staff you would have pulled already? Anyone in the audience want to pull a consent calendar item? Not? Okay, City Clerk, there was a motion and a second for the balance of the consent calendar except for the item on the Stadium Authority, which was 4. Is that number 4? Stadium Authority 4. Okay. So please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. The next item we have, I believe, is public presentations. Just moving too fast for me. I'm not used to this. Okay. Public presentations. So do we have any public presentations? City Clerk, start with cards and then.
Yes, all the cards I've received have been entered.
See, I told you you're all moving so fast. All right. All right, Nancy and Judy. We have tag team here. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Lisa, Gilmore, and council. I'm Nancy Velasco. If you don't know who I am president of the Santa Clara Women's League, co-chairman of Showtime 2024, along with Judy Hubbard. Emily Adorable was not able to be here this evening. Our event is the 2nd of March at 7 p.m. on a Saturday night, as well as Sunday matinee at 2 o'clock. Showtime is, there's the visual. Showtime is in our 40th year. We are really amping up publicity this year. Our goal is to fill the stands. It's Penelope of Pruneyard Patch. It's great fun, it's entertainment. Everybody volunteers at this event. The cast is very excited. They've been practicing for weeks. We not only would like all of you to come, we would love for friends, family to promote our event this year.
And the Santa Clara Women's League is challenging everybody up there to show up during Showtime. We have new oleos this year coming up, so we're really excited about it. I'll give you a little bit of details. We have Hawaiian dancers, Bollywood dancers. I said Hawaiian. I can't give it all away. Or I can't remember.
It is such a good cause. It's $10 to get your ticket at the door, or you can go to SantaClaraWomensLeague.org. We can actually get tickets online. We're going to fill the stands this year. We are working very hard, and everybody volunteering. We hope to see you there.
We also have wonderful entertainment packages, cash prizes this year. Not the entertainment. We also have a 7-day or 7-night stay in a timeshare, World Park by Wyndham.
Opportunity packages.
Yep. So
any prizes and things that you can do to help too. We're also supported by just a few of our members this evening. It's kind of cold, but we'd love to see you there. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Are you both in it, singing and dancing? We all want to know.
You don't want me there.
Me neither. I would be hooked right off the stage.
It really is a lot of fun. It's unexpected. You come and there's all sorts of fun things. It's like a variety show. It's really great and fun.
And the audience interacts with
Yeah.
our actors on stage.
You get to throw
Thank you so
popcorn
much.
and all kinds of stuff. It's you boo the bad guys, and yeah, it's great fun. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Yes, could you please over here so we can distribute them? Thank you. Would you like to come back and say what the cause is? I heard you say, because I think it's important. Could you please come to the microphone? It's important for people to know what the money, who the money
It
benefits.
actually helps our senior center with the programs and the wellness health plan programs there that the nurses run. So it's a really good cause.
Very good. Thank you very much. All right, next we have Todd. I see Todd's right here. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. As you know, I was here last meeting and had submitted a email ask earlier through the clerk, but basically we have done an exhaustive search of the South Bay, looking at different pools and different options, and we feel strongly that the best option for us is through Peterson Middle School. There's no team there that is competing for pool time and so forth. And the depth is enough that if we could just get, main thing that we're asking for is help getting approval to install some additional equipment, 2 3-meter boards, the high boards, and one more 1-meter board there. And that would help us tremendously in keeping the program alive. And we can travel once a week to platform at Cal Berkeley. That's the nearest platform besides Stanford. We can't get into Stanford, but we could keep our program afloat with just investment of $90,000. We can do all of that, and if we can't find the funding, then we are even willing to do it ourselves. But that's our big ask: is can we possibly get approval to install the equipment and keep our program alive? We've got 3 divers at Harvard right now, 3 at Yale. We're one of the top programs in the country, and it just is. We've got a great thing going here, and I just would love, if anything you can do to support us and keeping our program alive, I'd really appreciate anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Todd. We gave instructions to our city manager last week to look at these things, and I did see, I'm sure the council did see your email today that's very specific about what you need. I'm going to ask our council by consensus to refer this to the city manager to follow up with the school district as well, since we don't own that property, with the school district to see how we can best help, and if there's any actions that need to be taken in the future on the council, that he bring back those actions for us. But thank you for bringing it to our attention. City manager, are you okay with that?
Absolutely.
Everybody okay with that? Okay.
Absolutely, and conversations are already underway with the school district.
Very good. Thank you. I know time is of the essence.
Thank you so
very
much.
much. Thank you for coming. Roman, is Roman here? Please come forward. Welcome.
Thank you. Roman Boyajev, and I would like to talk about the closure of the swimming pool, because obviously all the parents, all the kids, those are 2,000 kids that are affected. And the result is just a report, which I am not sure that it is even signed by a professional engineer, is it?
We don't, he can't answer questions. This is public presentation, so.
Probably not. And just, I didn't hear any discussion or anything that will indicate that even the current swimming pool, when it's operational, is not sufficient. We need another swimming pool because there are too many kids that are trying to swim, and this is better investment instead of kids doing stuff that we don't want them to do. Also, I firmly believe that if the city tap the resources that swimming club has, all the parents and grandparents, we are talking about 4,000 parents and grandparents that are willing to help and contribute with whatever matter is needed for improvement or maintenance or something with this swimming pool. Half of them are engineers. Those resources can be utilized if city decides to involve swimming club in this matter more actively. So I'll stop here and thank you.
Thank you very much. We did take some action last Tuesday, and we've made this a priority, and we all understand the importance of this situation, and we want to get things working as quickly as we can to make sure the swimmers have a place to swim.
Oh, and by the way, sorry, additional comment. For the tower, on the presentation, I saw a tiny crack, which is available on any concrete building because it is earthquake area. We heard about it is sinking a few inches. What about the tallest building in San Francisco? People still live there, and it is that much sinking.
Thank you.
And also the electrical panel that was shown, I didn't hear anything about wiring and circuit breakers. They're okay. Just painting a new cover would resolve the issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Vikas, please come forward. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Vikas Gupta, and I have my son here with me today. I stand here not as a commissioner, but as a private citizen. You obviously understand why I'm here. So again, thank you for the resolution that you guys passed last Tuesday unanimously, directing the city staff to look at certain things urgently. I'm not here to throw anybody under the bus, but to my knowledge, so far, no city staff has actually approached any of the clubs, and so it's unclear what progress has been made. I understand this forum is not for a dialogue, and so I'm not actively expecting any updates here, although it will be great if there is an update that is given out. I would request to agendize an item at a next council meeting to provide updates, and I sincerely and would be extremely grateful if the city took urgent measures as was directed, as was discussed at the last council meeting. Otherwise, this is becoming a very difficult issue. And there are ways, everybody's been talking about it. There are ways to solve it. And my presentation at the last council meeting was in fact about where there's a will, there's a way. So let's find that will and let's make that way. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Deepu, please come forward. Welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I just want to let you know that as a 15-year resident of Santa Clara, what the swim club has meant to our family. So we have 3 kids. All 3 of them learned to swim at the Santa Clara Swim Center. And one of them is now a D1 athlete and will be competing at the Big Tens a few weeks from now, all thanks to the Santa Clara Swim Club. Now, I just want you to know that the club is not just for elite swimmers. We, it services children as young as 6 months and all the way up to 99 or 100 if they choose to lap swim. My husband was a part of the masters. He was a master swimmer. I learned to swim as an adult at the Santa Clara Swim Club. So it basically serviced our whole family. And just to let you know, one of the streets that we lived on, 4 or 5 houses down the street, was another swimmer who is also going to college on a swim scholarship. So this is not just something that just services, a few hundred people. Like literally every street that I've lived on, I talk to my neighbors, and someone in that family has been to the club, has been a part of, has used the facilities there. Beyond that, I just want to let you know what the impact it has on our children. So I have 3 swimmers. One is an elite swimmer, one is an average swimmer, and another one is a less than average swimmer. But every time I go to do our annual physical with the pediatrician, she checks them up and says, your kids have the best lung capacities, their heart rate is, all 3 of them, they have really low heart rates, which is indicative of, it's like an athletic heart rate. And she says, what do you do? I say, I just drop them off at the swim club. And she says, whatever it is you're doing, keep doing it. One of my children recently, with allergies, her allergies have been going up, every year. We did an IgE test, and which is an indication of allergies, and it was about 3 times what it should be for someone who should be on allergy shots. And the allergist was shocked that she didn't have asthma. Guess why? Because so this is
Thank
the
you.
impact that
Thank you
swimming
very
has
much.
on,
Thank you. Brian's online, I believe. Brian, unmute yourself, please. Go ahead.
Can you hear me, Madam Mayor?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say thank you to Silicon Valley Power over that storm that was quite dramatic, and our fellow Californians down in Southern California are still dealing with it. The power where I live went out for a while. Just one suggestion, when you when you call in, if there's a power outage to get some information, if they could not just funnel it says push this button to get an audio, it took like 4 or 5 hours to get to where at least it was updated. And I think part of the frustration when your power goes out is so much stuff relies on electronics. My main point is to reiterate to all of us to be prepared: flashlights, radios, a radio, a way to charge your phone. I would recommend one of those. There's like little battery packs that you can use as a backup, just to keep, because cell phones are like basically how we communicate now. And it was everybody that were there, the police, the fire, everybody who, it seemed like everything was really taken care of during the storm. Thank you.
And thank you for that. I think our utilities would be happy to hear that. It was an unprecedented storm, and it was a reminder. And we are going to work on our communications as well. And I think the city manager will be talking about that at some later time. So thank you for that. Derek, go ahead, Derek. You're muted. You're muted, Derek. I think we tried him earlier too, right? You're muted, Derek. All right, Jim. Go ahead, Jim. Jim? Did we lose Jim? Okay, we'll keep going to William, and we'll come back to those two. William? You're muted, William. There you go.
Hi, this is Bill. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. So I had a quick question. I've lived in Santa Clara for, about 14 years now. Beautiful city. It's probably my favorite place in the world that I've lived in. However, I had one issue. So I'm a little bit concerned about some neighboring properties to mine. I think that they're doing illegal construction, and I am, a little bit worried that illegal construction could negatively, illegal and unpermitted, uninspected construction could negatively impact my property that I invested in and have spent quite a bit of money to fix up. And unfortunately, right next door, and and this is why I'm worried, and I think the city hasn't done anything about it, is that right next door is the Chabad Center, and what they're doing is they're digging these tunnels, and in the tunnels they put the mattresses, and they rape and mutilate children in the tunnels. It's these fucking kikes that are destroying our country. All right, they're destroying my property that I've invested in.
All right, moving on. Christy, do we have Christy?
Yes, thank you for giving the opportunity to speak. Can you hear me? How much time do I have? Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
How much time do I have?
You have up to 3 minutes.
All right, great, thank you. When the city government cuts off unpopular speech, they are setting up the city to be sued and held financially liable for First Amendment violations. A man in Los Angeles was awarded $215,000 for having his right to address the council cut off while wearing a KKK robe attire. Hopefully, these lawsuits will force city governments to honor the rights of the people. Regardless if you like the opinions of the public or not, you must let them share their statements. The Supreme Court has ruled that there is no such thing as hate speech exemption to the First Amendment. A public forum cannot cut off speech that is offensive, vulgar, hateful, racist, etc., as long as the comments are not for calls of violence. You must let them have a voice. Restricting free speech is a dangerous path. Without the option on how else do you expect people to address their grievances? Doing so is a serious offense and disservice to the oath you took to benefit the city. I encourage anyone who has had their ability to peacefully exercise the First Amendment to file a lawsuit against the city. I've contacted legal counsel and will not stand for censoring free speech. Just because a bunch of anti-American Jews want to silence the truth doesn't mean we will stay quiet. The people are waking up, and we know that they're parasites. They are the biggest racists while shouting, "Oy vey, that's anti-Semitism." They use the Justice Department to sick law enforcement on political opposition. They lie about the Holocaust to gaslight criticism of their sick practices. In their book, The Talmud, they advocate for the murder of us Goy, and we're tired of it. They've been expelled over 109 times throughout history, and it's obvious why. There exists no good Jew. They either openly follow their god Satan, or they're still in the closet about it. Every aspect of Judaism is satanic. Every aspect of racism is Jewish. Every part of the LGBT cult has Jewish roots. Why do so many politicians have dual citizenship with Israel? Why does a 2% minority hold the majority of political power? Whenever Jews are allowed to hold power, they do nothing but destroy. You can learn more at gtvflyers.com or goyimtv.tv. My message to the ADL listening: you will never stop us. No matter what you do to your enemies, more will rise up and eventually expel your perversion from the world. You will never get away with your sick crimes against humanity. Us Goy know about you. The Holocaust never happened, but it should have. Fuck you, kikes. Hail Hitler and white
Okay,
fucking power.
that is enough. We don't accept that type of speech here. Please, we don't. That's unacceptable. Okay. Mark. Mark?
Well, first of all, thank you, Mayor Gilmore, for your comments about the last speaker. I appreciate that. I wanted to comment on the recent power outage. While I appreciate that Silicon Valley Power was dealing with a significant outage, it was very difficult to get any updates from Silicon Valley Power, so I would appreciate improvements in that area. And I would also ask that the council agendize a report from Silicon Valley Power on what happened and why it took over 12 to 18 hours to restore power to many neighborhoods in Santa Clara. I know in my neighborhood, we lost power at 4 p.m. We live in an area that has water intrusion in the basements due to the high water table. And of course, all of our sump pumps failed, and many of my neighbors have experienced, and myself, I replaced my water heater today at a significant expense, have experienced significant losses and damage to their property. We lost power at 4 p.m., got power back at 3 a.m. My neighbors across the street did not get power back until 10 a.m. I recognize that it was a significant challenge, but I'd really like to understand what was the problem and why it took so long to restore power. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark. Next, we have Mitzi. Mitzi? Mitzi?
Hello. Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Phenomenal. My name is Mitzi Bapay.
Today, I'd really like to talk about Black History Month. I would like to say that we are beyond racism, that the days of race-specific laws are behind us, and for a while, I believed that wholeheartedly. That wasn't until a man from Nigeria moved next door to me. I was faced with the uncomfortable truth that he is not and will not be treated the same. Today, I'd like to tell you about him. My neighbor's name is Bara, a traditional name given to men born after a string of girls. Growing up, he was the only boy in a home full of sisters, and so he has a deep appreciation for women. When he and his wife had their little girl, he had every intention of getting her, my goodness, I can't really pronounce it, but it's commonly referred to as female circumcision. His mother, aunts, sisters, and his wife all had this done. It's a ceremony conducted on a young teenage girl, cutting at their lower female region, used to lower sensitivity of a woman in an attempt to make her a faithful wife. Now, this floored me at
Excuse
first, and I
me,
was angry.
Mitzi, I want to know
Yes.
what, this is public presentations for City of Santa Clara business. So
Yes.
is there something here that you would like to talk about in our city
Yes,
government?
Yeah, I wonder why that practice is outlawed, but we're allowed to cut the penises of little boys, and then the rabbis,
Mitzi,
rabbis
we
are
don't
then
have,
allowed to suck
excuse
it.
me, Mitzi,
So
we don't have,
rabbis
that's
are
unacceptable, Mitzi.
molesting babies,
No, that
and it
is completely
illegal.
unacceptable. All right, we're just going to take one or two more calls, move on, and then move public presentations to the end of the meeting. All right, Phil, go ahead, Phil.
Hi, Council. Thank you for your time. Phil Barber here. I'm a journalist with the Press Democrat. I also wanted to touch on Black History Month and just remind everyone that after Lincoln emancipated the blacks, he planned to send them all back. But unfortunately, that plan never came to fruition, and now we're faced with rampant crime, unsafe neighborhoods, and just rapes everywhere. So
I think that's really unacceptable, Phil, so.
I think it's unacceptable that we have to live with these niggers.
Okay, please cut them off. I'm going to ask if there's anyone that has a public presentation that's here in the council chambers. If you'd like to come forward, after that, we'll hear all the online presentations at the end of the meeting. Is there anyone here that would like to make a public presentation? You're welcome to come forward. Okay, seeing none, we are going to move now on to consent items pulled for discussion. We'll have the rest of public presentations at the end of the meeting. All right, we have one consent item that was pulled, and that is Council Authority Member Jane, you pulled item 4, Stadium Authority Financial Status Report for quarter ending September 30th, 2023, and approve related budget amendments.
This is a financial report for half of the year because the fiscal year for the stadium goes until March 31st. So I actually just had some questions about some tables. I'd like to go to table 6 on page 10 of the report. Okay, very good. So what I see here is this is net revenue for non-NFL events. And what I see here is that the net revenue for concerts was $4.2 million, and that the total net revenue, including weddings and corporate events and such, is over $6 million for half the year. So that's a profit, right, from the events when you say net revenue? And then on table 7, they actually have a wider description of all of the expenses and revenues and such. It says the total revenue was 18 from non-NFL events, 18.8 million, and the expenses were 12.7 million, so that gave us the net of 6 million. And so my question is that there's another revenue source, which is the surcharge on tickets. I know when I went to see Elton John, there was a $7 surcharge on my ticket. Does this include the surcharge, the $6 million, or is that on top of it? somewhere I saw the surcharge was about 1.6 million. And then on table 8, if you want to show that, it shows that there's a discretionary fund, and the discretionary fund is funded by that surcharge. And the discretionary fund shows that it grew by 793,000, so it's now at 2.46 million. And my understanding is that when it exceeds 1 million, then half of that could flow to the general fund. So I'm trying to understand why that's not flowing to the general fund. And then I wanted to talk about table 9, I think it was. Table 9. So we have these things called SBLs, seat builder licenses, and I see here that there were 504 SBL defaults. And what is an SBL default? And then it's, I thought we had sold all the SBLs, but it looks like there's new sales of SBLs, and it's 854 SBLs. And it looks like they sold for $4.7 million. So I guess I'd like to understand how we keep selling SBLs. Just maybe you can explain how that works. And then, that's all it. And then chart 1 on page 21. So chart 1 on page 21. It looks to me that as the end of the last fiscal year, we had taken our loans, our outstanding debts from chart 1 on page 21.
Period ending September 30th.
It's a chart, so you have to keep going, I think. It's a chart, that one, chart, okay. And so it looks like our peak loan was $653 million in March of 2014, and that dropped to $245 million at the end of the last fiscal year, and then already in the first 6 months of this year, it looks like it dropped by another $16 million. Is that correct? So to me, that looks like a 6.5% payoff of the loan in 6 months. That seems pretty quick to me in terms of normal loans. Can you explain why it's being paid off so quickly? That's all I had.
Authority Member Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Ken, I have a question regarding the recommendation that's in the staff report, particularly number 2, where it talks about, it says approve a budget amendment in the operating fund to increase the beginning fund balance, ending fund balance for the legal contingency reserve, public safety costs in the amount of $845,725, offset by a decrease to the unrestricted fund balance. So my question is, who asked for that particular budget amendment, and is the money being taken out of the reserves in order for stadium management to pay themselves back?
Any other questions? I just have comments. I don't have questions. So whenever you're ready, Director Lee.
Good evening, Board and Honorable Chair Ken Lee, Stadium Authority Treasurer. Appreciate the questions. I'll just kind of walk through and reference kind of the tables as the questions were asked. And so the first question Board Member Jane asked was around net non-NFL revenue. So Table 6, which was on page 10. So Table 6 on page 10 does show that through September 30th, which is the second quarter, the Stadium Authority did have $6 million in non-NFL events net revenue. So that's revenues less our expenses, and correctly pointed out on Table 7 from a gross level, $18.8 million of revenue, 12.8 roughly of expenses. That led to that 6. And, identified that in Table 6, 4.3 roughly are from concerts, a lot of other miscellaneous revenue and events, including non-ticketed events, for that total of $6 million. So just clarifying some of your statements that you made to the tables. Then with regards to Table 8, the discretionary fund and the question on ticket surcharge. So just for context, for those at home or recall that the Stadium Authority does receive $4 per non-NFL event ticket. $2 of that goes to the operating fund to fund operations for the Stadium Authority. $2 of that goes to the discretionary fund. So you see that roughly $800,000 or so was received through half of the fiscal year. That was from that $2. We do also know that on top of that $4, there are other surcharge fees tied to specific events based on demand. That is currently reported in non-NFL event revenue, so that is part of the numbers I talked about previously on the prior 2 tables. With regards to why, the citation that anything over $1 million could flow to the general fund, so there's a couple triggers there that would allow for and require. One is there's a requirement that from a capital expenditure funding of our public safety capital expenditures, that if those are fully funded, which we do fund and we budget and we fund, then we are allowed to transfer anything above $1 million, collaborating with the stadium manager to both the general fund and half of that to the operations of the Stadium Authority. The reason we don't do that right now, because of outstanding litigation and the potential for payments as a result of that. This is a source as the first 3 years of stadium operations, if to the extent there are costs for public safety that could be paid for. This is a pot of money or a bucket that's allowed for. So we are waiting for the outcome and the results of that litigation and arbitration, and would review all the potential sources of any payment, if any, that would be required as a result of that litigation. Table 9 on SBLs, we do report out, yes, all the SBLs were sold, and some of them, or a number of them, the purchasers or the buyers of those licenses decided to finance a portion or all of those, some of those SBLs, and that's a 10-year payback. So if there's a default to that, that's an opportunity then for the Stadium Authority or stadium manager to go back and resell or remarket those SBLs. There's also, I believe, a requirement, once you do own an SBL, there's a requirement to buy the tickets associated with that. So in certain personal circumstances, some individuals may decide not to move forward with the purchase of some of those tickets, and so a portion of those then could be remarketed as well. So those are 2 different scenarios. There may be more, but the majority of the numbers you see on this table are reflective of those scenarios. Then the debt chart, chart 1 on page 21. So your comments regarding the peak at $650 million or so, down to about $229 million this year. So on that same page, there's a table 13 right above it. The majority of our outstanding debt on the stadium is what we term A loan. It's a fixed debt, fixed interest rates at 5%, roughly about $30 million a year. So we've made half of that payment, $15 million, as reflected in some of the numbers. The second outstanding loan is an advance on improvements for a CFD or financing district on some of the public improvements. Those are paid back through a percentage that's tacked on to hotels within that area. Roughly $500,000 of that loan was paid back. So when you look at the $229 million remaining, a breakdown is included in Table 13. We will continue to make progress toward that. The fixed amount will be roughly $30 million a year going forward. That'll be a consistent amount. The CFD advance will fluctuate based on the activity at the hotels. Council Board Member Watanabe, appreciate your question on the recommendations, and this was not requested by the stadium manager, and this was what I would term as a technical adjustment that we do in our finance department, that when we end the year based on actual activity, we look at all our fund balances. We've made an effort this year to try and true those up, as you may have seen or recalled in the last quarterly financial report, and even the one before that. We've tried to mimic our practice for fund balances on the city side with the Stadium Authority side. So this specific item, number 2, is reflective of the budget and the decisions around the non-NFL event revenue, the portion that would have gone to the general fund, roughly 50%, because of the outstanding credits and the litigation in the budget. That direction was provided to put those dollars into a legal contingency. So the difference, $800,000 here, was supposed to be in the report prior, but our staff caught that when we were truing up the numbers, it wasn't reflective of the actual activity, but more reflective of the budget. So this is a technical adjustment just to reflect activity from the prior year. So in terms of payments or taking out reserves, this is taking money that from a appropriation standpoint, we forgot or in error didn't true up this line item, and so we're doing that today. There is no transfer here of dollars. These are just between reserve and fund balance line items in the fund.
It doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be spent, it's just there being held in the reserve.
Those funds are still with the Stadium Authority. Those dollars have not been spent, will not be done until the results of arbitration. We would have to come back to the board to allocate some of those out of reserves to fund any specific settlement that would come out.
Okay, thank you, Director.
Yep.
Can I ask you to go to the slide that has the results from the concerts and the athletic events?
So for reference, that's table 5, page 9 of the report.
That one, yeah. There. So in the past, up until I think last year, we had always, the stadium executive director had always identified what concerts and what sporting events these were. And now that has been taken away, so the public doesn't know what items had made the type of money and which ones hadn't. And that's what we used in the past when they were identified to see which events were making money and which ones were not making money, and that helped educate us as to, where we wanted to focus events at the stadium, because we found out there was a lot of sporting events that were losing a lot of money for us. So can you tell me again, because I still don't understand why we are not letting the public know and we're just saying concert 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, although you can pretty easily figure out what concerts those were. So that's my question.
Okay, appreciate the question, Chair Gilmore. So you are correct. In the past, we had produced some of these numbers in prior reports. Actually, if you go back, I believe it probably 4 years ago is when we had a full year of activity pre-COVID, and we did list some of those events. We had two years where we didn't have events for COVID, and then we did, based on guidance that we received, that having that information publicly would put the competitive advantage of negotiations for future events with our promoters at risk, because they could look at how much the Stadium Authority made on specific events and then negotiate to their favor. And so that was guidance about 1.5 years ago that we received. We vetted that through both the legal and management at the time, and put that into practice. We do have that information in-house that is shared with the council confidentially through our executive director's office. But that's kind of the historic. We've gone back and forth. It wasn't in, it was in. And then based on guidance and
Guidance from the 49er management company.
guidance from our stadium manager with regards to future events, and that position was vetted through both legal and management at the time, and brought forward through the reports.
So I know that during this quarter at Levi's Stadium, we had some of the biggest concerts on the planet, right? Everyone knows, Beyonce, Taylor Swift, Ed Sheeran, big concerts. And you look at these numbers, and I have to ask myself, wow, with some of the biggest concerts on the planet, we're averaging less than $1 million per concert. How is that possible? How in the world is that possible? And with the money that is being made, the 4.6 or the 6.4, it's all going to go in a contingency legal fund for the 49ers to pay back for police costs for their football games. So I think fundamentally, I want to know how much our staff is overseeing these numbers. Because if I were them, I wouldn't want the concert names on this either, because it is unbelievable to have, making less than $1 million on these mega concerts. It can't be, that's not possible. So how much oversight do we have, and what information do they give us to verify this, very low amount of money for these world, most successful concerts on the planet?
Appreciate that question, and I'll give the perspective of our finance department, because we do have roughly 3 positions in our departments, and then I'll see if there's any further comment from the executive director's office. But from the finance department level, our understanding of the events as they come through, and some of the dollars, both the revenue and expenditures that are attributed, they are negotiated on a deal-by-deal basis. They can vary based on who the promoter is and the type of events. We do receive, I think 45 days after the events, a summary of revenue and expenditures. A lot of those details are not finalized until the end of the year, so a lot of the work that we do in the finance department happens at the end of the fiscal year. We look at invoices, we look at backup documentation, we look at, on the revenue side, some of the information that's provided as well. Now, we are not in the room when it comes to the terms of these events, and so I can't comment on the amounts of the events, but we do verify the documents behind the events. So we are tracking that, this is one of the better years with regards to the history, but with regards to both the profitability and the numbers, like those are individually based and negotiated by the stadium manager. So from a finance perspective, we're not a part of those negotiations.
Because if we were, those numbers would look a lot different than they look right now. Executive Director?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Gilmore, members of the public, Javon Grogan, in his capacity Executive Director of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority. Just want to add a few additional comments. Certainly, the structure by which we are administering oversight of the Stadium Authority is consistent with the agreements that were signed, both with the management company as well as with Stadco. And I do have full faith in the work that our Stadium Authority Treasurer and the Finance Department does with regard to their oversight. And I know, as the board knows, we recently established a full-time Assistant City Manager position over to support our Stadium Authority operations as well as Convention Center. I'll also say that as the board knows, we are having several confidential conversations with regard to public safety costs as well as other costs incurred. And a lot of the structure of those agreements and how the money flows relates back to our existing contracts and agreements, as well as Measure J. Embedded in the language in Measure J was to cover a portion of public safety costs. And so what oftentimes I think the public doesn't know is as the stadium authority, we lease the stadium to the 49ers in an entity called Stadco for 6 months out of the year, and they put on NFL events. For the other 6 months out of the year, we, the stadium authority, operate the stadium, but the actual operator is an entity called Manco, which is a 49ers own entity. And so they, based on our agreements and arrangements, are the operators and are given the responsibility for booking, and as our board treasurer noted, booking and negotiating non-NFL events on our behalf. And so certainly we are operating consistent with those agreements, and I think members of the City Council have noted that there are certainly challenges with regard to how some of the operations have occurred, and we are currently, as you know, actively negotiating and working to resolve a number of those. But certainly embedded within the structure is a portion of non-NFL event revenue does subsidize public safety costs. I think there's a concern on how much public safety costs is subsidized, and as you know, we're working to resolve that. Thank you.
Thank you, but City Executive Director, those are two separate issues. The public safety costs means taking whatever little money we get from these concerts away from us. But the main issue that I'm asking about this evening is these net revenues from these concerts. I don't think if you asked any operator of any stadium anywhere and you show them these numbers, they're going to say something's wrong. And I'm not saying anything's wrong with our staff. You just get the numbers that they give you. And I'm saying these numbers are no way, in any way accurate because of the success of those concerts. I can't tell you how many interviews I had with publications and television stations saying, you're going to make so much money. Your city's going to make so much money in your stadium from all of these concerts. I'd like to show them these numbers right now and say, really? Look at this. Less than $1 million per concert. Nobody would believe that with the success of what we had out there. So I'm saying, I get it. You get what they give you, but it's wrong. There's something wrong. Look at the numbers. I don't see how anyone can argue that those are accurate. Thank you. That's what I have to say about that. Authority Member Jane.
Yeah, I just want to clarify for the public's sake that we have a lot of lawsuits and settlements, and we negotiate those in closed session. And what happens is the council, the city council, gives authority up to, say, like $2 million. So our negotiators could go up to $2 million, but we're not going to start at $2 million. And we're not going to we don't want to do these in public to say that, hey, we're willing to give you $2 million. You know, maybe we'll settle for $1 million in the negotiations. So we don't want to show our cards. And so what happens is, if Taylor Swift knows that we made $4 million on a concert, the next time she comes around, she's going to say, SoFi only made $2 million, so that means that I should get more. So it puts us in a very poor negotiating position for the artists to know how much money the city made, because they could say, hey, I should have gotten more. So that is why we're anonymizing this. Now, I've seen the numbers because there was a confidential document that came to all the council members. So the mayor's seen this, but it doesn't make sense for the public to see some of this stuff. It's like negotiating for settlements in public. We would never do that. No agency does that.
We did it for 8 years. Authority Member Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Kenley. On table 2, last column, there's a amount for reimbursed by Stadco. Are we missing that because that's not happened yet? Is that the reason? Last column, second to last, yeah. At the bottom, we are missing that number like reimbursed by Stadco, reimbursable amount by Stadco. Is that like it has not trued up yet? We don't have the number yet?
Yeah, so if I can answer that question. So this, and just for those at home, we're talking about reimbursable public safety costs between the stadium manager and the city. So there are quite a factors that lead to the timing of these payments and also the invoicing in our finance department. In a lot of the events, we do have third-party public safety agencies, the county, the sheriff's office, the county, and many others that submit invoices to us at their timing. And so sometimes that takes 60, 90 days to receive final invoices, and then for those events to close it out before we submit it to our stadium manager, it could take anywhere from three to 6 months. And so there is a timing lag with some of those dollars. As you see in the prior couple of years that we are tracking it, we do have communications with them in terms of timing of payment. My finance staff, as well as the stadium manager's finance staff, is kind of a regular topic of discussion, but a lot of that has to do with timing of invoices that we receive from our third-party agencies before we can turn around and rebill those.
Thank you.
Thank you, Authority Member Becker. Vice Mayor Member Becker.
Thank you, Mayor.
Chair Becker.
So Ken, can you go back to that slide number, I think it was what the mayor and Councilmember Jane were inquiring about. It had the numbers for the three with the expenses. I think it was table 9, I think it was. It got moved, so I can't remember where it was.
Table 7, I think.
Table 5.
Is that it?
Events? Are you talking about the events?
Yes, that was
Table
the
5.
events. So, I'm glad Councilmember Jane brought up about, don't wanting to show our hand. I know that specific people came to our city council before wanting us to talk about settlement agreements in public when that never happens. So it's like either someone's trying to get us in a trap or they just want to create a narrative. So based on these numbers right here, I heard you say something, and I think I need it to, maybe repeat it again for the people in the back that couldn't hear it or people online. All this was agreed to in what year again? For basically what we're seeing and how we're getting this revenue, what the agreements were made in what year?
So the specific venue agreements for each concert, I think they start booking events 1 to 2 years out, and so the terms of each of those events happens with the stadium manager. I'd say anywhere from 6 months to 2 years out. With regards to the structure of the dollars and a lot of the flow of general revenues and expenses in it, the executive director did talk about the initial contracts at the onset of the stadium that dictate where some of those dollars go and help govern some of the numbers that I report out to you were from contracts that were negotiated as part of the initial stadium. But with regards to the numbers on this table, our stadium manager does negotiate with promoters as inquiries happen, and those terms are negotiated in agreements that happen anywhere from 6 months to 2 years out.
Thank you. So basically the answer is that these deals were made a long time ago by members of this city council that were never on this city council in the past. So when I hear things that, specifically from our chair, that this isn't working out and why aren't we making any money and stuff like that, I'm concerned by that as well. However, the individual, agreed to the deal was the mayor. And so when you're looking at this and you're surprised, I think it's kind of what a lot of the people that know on Stadium, know on J Campaign, we're kind of talking about the most. I think there's a video that included you in it that talked about Santa Clara is going to get everything it's promised, and then a gentleman afterwards said Santa Clara is going to get peanuts. I remember that line constantly, the word peanuts. And it's funny because, you were one of the biggest people that promoted this, Santa Clarans, for economic progress and pushing for the stadium. So when you say that you're kind of surprised by this, I don't think it's kind of a surprise. Maybe it is to you, but we kind of all knew what we were getting into the stadium business. So when you talk about, maybe if the council had control of getting these concerts, Well, based on the record of what you got us into in the first place, I don't think I would trust anybody to make any deals moving forward. We need professionals to do this. So when I hear you say things like that and basically gaslight our public to make it think like our stadium isn't working, I think that's a little unfair because you're the one who brought it here in the first place. So there's a lot of concern by that. So if we're going to have that discussion, let's look at the people who actually signed the deals, agreed to these deals, pushed for this stadium to be here. It wasn't me. It wasn't any of these members of the city council besides yourself. So when you talk about those things, I hope that you be a little more transparent and tell people, hey, maybe I made a mistake on what I was agreeing to, and not blame it on a city council or the current members of this city council, because you know what? We were dealt lemons and we're making lemonade.
Thank you for that. I feel like I need to respond to that. I didn't agree to people not being transparent and the stadium manager not being transparent with the true financial data of what has happened. I have not agreed to any mismanagement of funds, self-dealing, or conflicts of interest. I didn't agree to any of that. I thought that the partners that we had with the stadium management would be true, honest, and transparent. That has not been the case. I am a supporter of the stadium. I've always been a supporter of the stadium, but I don't support any underhanded dealings, not true financial reporting to our public. I represent the public. The public has the right to make sure that we, as the City Council and the Stadium Authority Board, are very transparent in our financial dealings. And when I see something that is wrong, that makes no sense, that is not part of the original agreements, I'm going to point it out. Whether I supported the stadium or not is irrelevant. What is relevant here is that the public is getting the true success of that stadium, the true financial benefit that we are owed as being the owners of the stadium and the overseers of the stadium. But when I see we are not getting what we should be getting, I'm going to talk about it. We were very close. It was a majority of this council that stopped the settlement agreement, so we couldn't get third-party managers of the stadium. It was this council that did it, the majority. I wanted professional management of the stadium, but when I see the results of these successful concerts to be pretty much peanuts, I'm going to call it out. It has nothing to do with whether or not I supported the stadium. Yes, I support the stadium. I still support it. It's our stadium, and it should reap the benefits that we deserve as the public, and it's not happening. We're getting cheated, and I'm going to point it out, and I will continue to point it out. And these 5 concerts and 3 sporting events are a perfect example because our community saw the success of these concerts. To see this very little money coming in, and you'll see the next report when we do the Stadium Authority budget, that once again, for the 7th or 8th year in a row, we will receive 0 performance rent from the stadium, 0. That's not what I signed up for. I signed up for performance rent that would be $30 or $40 million more than what we are getting now. So no, the numbers don't work, and I'm going to call it out every time. Authority Member Park.
I think that's one of the problems. I think one of the problems is that, City Council making itself the Stadium Authority doesn't make any sense because turns out that council members have no experience running a stadium. And I know everybody here is excited about money, but I took a look at a couple of websites. I went to fortune.com. It has a breakdown of where the money goes on a $1 billion tour. And a lot of it, you can read it. It's pre-tour expenses, cargo, none of which comes to us. Ticket sales, which we get a little slice of. Merchandise sales, which doesn't come to us. Sponsorships, which doesn't come to us. A lot of the revenue is made through direct spending, which is really difficult for the city of Santa Clara because we have a lack of a very vibrant area around the stadium. Like, we don't have the entertainment district built yet. And my concern right now is I hope we certainly have more built out by the time of the next Super Bowl and FIFA. I mean, that's where we're supposed to capture a lot of this money. It's supposed to be going through direct spending. When we look at how much stadiums are getting for rental of the stadium, it's not the $33 million. $33 million is not even what covers some of the expenses that they have. The ticket sales don't even go to the performers. I mean, there's a lot of things that are here, and I feel like there's a lack of understanding of this, and because there's a lack of understanding of where the monies are spent for a concert, there is a lot of, well, I see that it's $1 billion concert, we should get a lot more of this. So, and I've only done a quick thing. I've looked at 4 different websites that go into a little bit of, where the money goes. It literally says, where does the money go? And I think that it's the lack of understanding of what it takes, how much money it takes to run a tour that makes $1 billion look like people made a lot of money. They did make a lot of money. But we weren't the performers. We don't get a cut of merchandise sales. We don't get a cut of a lot of the stuff that makes the money for the people who are putting on these events. And to hear that, we should be getting more, I just feel like we want more. I understand that. But I think I heard the city manager say, and this is my question, you said that the revenue structure was consistent with the agreements that were signed, including Measure J. Are we getting the monies negotiated in the stadium agreements? I mean, no matter how big or how small, are we getting the monies that are coming to us regardless of how much some of the people here feel that have no experience running a stadium or stadium events, how much we feel we should be getting from what we think is $1 billion stadium tour? Thank you.
Councilman, Authority Member Watanabe, and then I'll have you, Executive Director, answer that question because I was here during that time, and we have Exhibit J that shows what our proposed projected revenues would have been. So yes, we knew what we were supposed to get. Authority Member Watanabe.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. So I know I've brought up this website before, and I'm bringing it up again, and it's the Wikipedia page for Levi's Stadium, and it actually has a breakdown from the very beginning of all the different concerts that have been held through Beyonce. There are no numbers yet for Taylor Swift or for Ed Sheeran, but in the past, Taylor Swift in a 2-day concert brought in over $14 million, just slightly more than $14 million. I think if she saw that Santa Clara was whatever out of the chart that was presented, if she saw, and I'm sure she does know, I'm sure her managers keep track of how much money she's making at each venue. If she saw how much she made, that I don't think that she would be saying, wow, I need to take that money back from Santa Clara, because when you look at $14 million before of all the other expenses that are taken out, I mean, she's doing just fine. I mean, the young woman is now a billionaire at a very young age because of how popular she is and how well she's done at all of the different venues. So, I mean, I support the mayor in her comments and the concern of when you look at these numbers and all the hype that was made over these concerts coming to Santa Clara last summer, and this is what we're left with. So, and going back to some comments that were made, the mayor did not sign off on these agreements. She did not sign off on things in 2010. There was another administration. It was a 5-2 vote, but it had nothing to do with the mayor, and it had nothing to do with me. Thank you.
Authority Member Becker. Vice Authority Member Becker.
Sorry, my hand's not up.
Authority Member Hardy.
Maybe it's just the math teacher in me, but I've been running a few numbers here. You know that you cannot completely fill the stadium, except for Ed Sheeran, who did a full round-out situation. And even if you could put in 50,000 people, and they all paid $75, the most you would bring in is $3.75 million. And the reality is it's less than this. Those revenue numbers make sense. And when you bring in that much revenue and you have expenses and then you still have that net, there's realities. I feel like as a council member and as a stadium authority member, we're just doing damage control. I fought very hard against us owning a stadium for this very sheer fact of this is not what the city should be doing. But the reality is we have it. We're doing our very best. And I do not appreciate people second-guessing staff and complaining that they're not getting what they want or what they were promised. That starts to sound like a 3-year-old who's throwing a tantrum. Thank you.
I think I just want to, I'm not even sure you could get a parking space in those concerts for $75. It was, tickets were thousands of dollars a piece. I'm glad that all of your ambitions for the stadium are so low. I have high ambitions. I always have. I see the success of it, and I believe the city should share in it. Who hasn't spoken? Authority Member Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So I would like to go to table number 17, just to give you a perspective what we, last page, 31, page 31, right? So this council is dealing with what has been presented to them, what the contracts we signed, basically. In this table, you see first, second, third, fourth column, that is the stadium marketing and booking fee benchmark. So we set up that benchmark, such a low benchmark. So if you cross that, you will get a bonus. So by itself, like our bar was very low by itself. So in 22-23, stadium management fee, they made the maximum management fee in that year, $508K, basically. So stadium is doing better than where we were in the past. I'm not denying that. But our contracts we are dealing with right now are what we are dealing with. I asked the staff, are you verifying all the paperwork, all the sporting documents? They said they are verifying all the sporting documents. We can't blame them for this thing. It's the contracts we signed and the contracts we are dealing with right now. And this is the benchmark. Like we signed, if the stadium marketing booking fee benchmark start with $5 million, and for the current year, it's $6.5 million. That's it. If we wanted, at the time the Major J people brought the stadium here, they said we will be making millions and millions, 40, 50 million, $60 million every year from it. But here's the contract, which says if you make $6 million, last year $6.3 million, you will get a bonus. If in the private industry, when do you get a bonus? You get a bonus when you cross certain hurdles, you really perform good. So this is what we said, basically. These are the bars we set up. And on the better side, if you look at the perspective, the other bar chart we had, like our debt was $690 million, which is going down to $229 million. So that's a good part, because we signed the contracts in a way that majority of the money we'll be getting first will fill up the 7 buckets, and then will flow to the general fund. And that's the reason, like 70 million, last year we had $73 million, and that wrote off our debts, and our debt is right now only $200-some million on the better, good side of that. So it's not that stadium is not making money, but the stadium, the contracts we signed with the stadium are the contracts we are dealing with right now. So that's the story, basically.
Authority Member Park.
Yeah, I mean, again, I hear all these things, and it just blows my mind, because I was here, sitting right there, when this happened in over 12 years ago as well. And I look forward to the time, again, like we are here looking at this report, and this report should be a positive thing. It should show us what we're making on the stadium, and it should show us that we're paying down our rent, paying down our debts. And again, I look forward to the time where money's free more freely to the general fund. And I hope that when that happens, we don't spend it on, long-term expenses, on things that are incremental, like salaries. I hope that we preserve these funds for capital projects. We have $500 million worth of unfunded capital projects, including the swim center, right? And I keep talking, every time I talk about the swim center, I talk about the Triton Museum as well, because again, as a member of the Triton board, I'm very aware that we don't have monies to fund the Triton Museum remodel. It's coming on 40 years, about time that we need to do something like this. We know about this, why aren't we preparing for it? Right, and I know, as Councilmember Watanabe said, that Mayor Gilmore was not on the council at that time, but holy cow, there was this organization called Santa Clarans for Economic Progress. Like all the organizations that have Santa Clara in them, stand up for Santa Clara. And it passed, as Councilmember Watanabe said, 5-2, because that was the original 49er-5. I don't think the people remember how many 49er-5s there have been. And anytime people wanted to say something bad about a group of people, they've said, well, it's the 49er-5, because it just turns out, coincidentally, that often the vote was 5-2. But for people to say, well, we should get more of the funds, we should get more of the money that we're not contributing to obtaining, it doesn't make any sense. And like I said, I know it sounds really great to hear $1 billion ticket sales. Taylor Swift is a billionaire, but she didn't become a billionaire because of this tour. Like, she didn't earn $1 billion on this tour. That was gross sales. And again, I think that people, the public, but especially a stadium authority, chartered to, help run a stadium, would have a better idea of what kinds of monies this city could get. Right? Again, my question was, are we, you said, city manager said, that the revenue structure was consistent with the agreements that were signed, including Measure J. Are we getting the monies negotiated in the stadium agreements? Because the Santa Clarans for Economic Progress, they promised all these things, which we said probably not true, and the people that funded it may not have been the people on council making the decision, but 100% the people that funded it were people like Lisa Gilmore. And I think that these kinds of things, again, you need to look up. People forget about what happened in the past, and they look at the issue that's in front of them. Right now, it's the swim center. And to tell you the truth, there's a lot of things tied up in the swim center.
Madam Mayor, I'm sorry, we may be running, excuse me, Member Park, we may be running a little far afield. I know this is stadium economics generally, but I want to keep everyone back on topic of the report that's in front of you, the quarterly report for previous performance, and the budgetary actions that are being requested. Thanks, Madam Mayor, Member Park.
Thank you very much for the report. I'm glad that we're doing much better. I have the questions for the city manager. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There was so many untruths in what you said, I can't even start to go there. But what I do want to say is that it's pretty obvious that at least 5 members of this city council think that us making little to no money on the stadium is okay. And I don't believe that. We had an exhibit to all of our original contracts called Exhibit J, and I know you've all seen that. It was negotiated between our city and the 49ers ownership, and it talked about all the monies that we were supposed to achieve every year from performance rent. Performance rent and ground rent equaled fair market value rent for our land. We have not received even fair market value rent for our land in 7 years. It's supposed to be a combination of the two. I remember when this council changed the curfew out on the north side, and they talked about, and I'm gonna go back and listen to all the comments, the millions we were gonna make more in performance rent because the curfew was changed. All I'm saying is, I just want our fair share according to the contracts. I want the numbers to be honest numbers And I'm hoping that we can do some kind of audit so that we can get what the real numbers are, because we're just operating from the numbers that they give us. So someone said I'm blaming staff. I'm not blaming staff. You just work on whatever numbers you're given. That's what you work on. So I'm just saying, you know, at some point it has to change, because we can't continue to not make any revenue into our general fund. I mean, according to Exhibit J, we're short 30 to 40 million. We could have done half a swim center with that. So I think that it's important that we get what's due to us so that we can operate. And any rational person's going to look at those numbers and say, that makes 0 sense. So I have members of the public now. We have, is it Levi? Go ahead, Levi. You're muted. Go ahead. All right, Judy. We have Judy. Go ahead, Judy. You're muted. Okay, no Judy. So is there anyone in the audience that would like to make any comments on this issue? All right, seeing none, do we have a motion?
I have my light on to make a motion to.
Authority Member Hardy.
Thank you. I would like to accept the recommendation of the staff, which is to note and file the report, approve a budget amendment in the operating fund to increase the beginning fund balance, ending fund balance, and to approve a budget amendment in the operating fund to decrease, this is that movement around that Ken talked about, for an offset. Thank you for true.
Second.
Do you have that, City Clerk? Okay. We have a motion by Authority Member Hardy, a second by Authority Member Jane. Authority Member Becker.
Yeah, thank you. I'll be supporting this motion. And, you know, and last comment I have of the night is, you know, you seem like you don't trust the numbers, and it just feels like you're not trusting staff, and frankly, it's an insult to our staff, and I think I'm going to second what Councilmember Hardy said. It just gets to the point where, you know, your cult may believe what you have to say, but it's to the point where we're just trying to make a difference in this community. We're trying to make money, and when you say that we're not trying to make money for the stadium, again, we're gaslighting, and I really hope the Governance and Ethics Committee really takes up what you do as a gaslighter.
Authority Member Park.
I had a question, which I asked several times, which is, City Manager, you said that the revenue structure was consistent with the agreements that were made, that were signed, including Measure J. Are we getting the monies negotiated in the stadium agreements? And then I'd like to call a question.
Thank you, Council or Board Member Park, Mayor and the City Council, Javon Grogan, City Manager and Executive Director. There was a lot said. I think the reality is, in a quick response, I can't do it justice to unpack everything that was said, but I think I'd like to highlight a couple things. And if I can have staff put back up, page 31, table 17, just to note that the 5 columns in is net non-NFL event revenue, and you can see in year 14-15, it starts at 5.2 million, it increases to 6 million, it then drops to 5.3, 5.1, and then we hit 18-19 pre-COVID, where it was virtually nothing at 18,000, and then negative 2.7, negative 476,000, negative 288. Those are the pandemic years, and then you see last year at 8.8 million. So the top line summary there is we are doing better in net non-NFL event revenue. However, there were years where it went down. And if you can see the trend, even taking out COVID, it is not a linear, straightforward trend. And so there was a lot said, and I think the best answer I can say is it's neither black nor white, it's a little bit in the gray. I can say that I do feel confident that staff is administering the finances and the administration consistent with the flow of the agreements. However, certainly, I actually had wrote down exactly what the mayor said because it's clear in the documents. Ground rent plus performance rent equals market-based rent. And if you're not getting performance rent, then you're not getting full market-based rent. Now, there are a number of reasons for that. There are partly we currently have potential arbitration issues that we're discussing and working out resolution to that may land with us receiving performance rent or it may land with us not receiving performance rent. And we'll hold that item there because it's an open, long-standing issue that we're attempting to resolve. Next, I think a number of things were mentioned around how concerts work, how net revenue from concerts are derived, and then I think it was said in a few different ways, but what I took away from that discussion is absolutely we should invite our stadium manager, Manco, here to discuss the work that they do to book conferences and how those revenues and expenditures flow. We will also, and you have my commitment to obtain a third-party outside information on how that works and how that works across the country so we can better equip you as board members to understand how those revenues and expenditures flow when you're booking major events at a stadium and how much a stadium might expect to receive on average in net revenue from a particular event, because we all know that there are a number of other revenues and expenditures that aren't on our balance sheet. For example, there's also the TOT revenue and the other sales tax revenue that's not included in here. So with that, I think that's the most appropriate answer to give now, but certainly these are long simmering issues that frankly didn't get created over the last year or 2 years. And as the board knows, we are working to resolve a number of them. And there are many reasons for a lot of the sentiments here. And again, I do not think it's a black or white issue. I think it's very much in the gray. Thank you.
As executive director, I just want you to clarify something, that last year there were $8,809,000 in net income from non-NFL event revenue, but there was zero that came to our general fund because the money was set aside. Can you please explain that? Because you made it sound like, yeah, we got that money, but we didn't get that money. And maybe you can just clarify where that money went.
Sure. Absolutely. So net non-NFL event revenue does not mean net revenue that flows to the city's general fund. There are a number of different revenue sources that are intended to flow through the general fund to the general fund. Performance rent or a portion of performance rent is certainly one of them. Another one is once what we frequently refer to as the waterfall is fully funded, net revenue from the Stadium Authority will flow to the general fund. As per the agreement, there were a number of items in the waterfall. We are currently filling the last bucket, which is a $70 million demolition fund. I believe last fiscal year was the first year that we contributed funds to that, and that was $5.6 million. I'm looking at the treasurer.
Isn't the demolition fund supposed to be paid for by the 49ers?
No, actually the agreement.
So the demolition fund is supposed to be filled before the net revenue comes to the city?
Absolutely, ma'am. That's the agreements that were signed, and the demolition fund. The agreements put the responsibility to demolish.
Now, before you go on, so we would have never gotten any net revenue to the city's general fund if the demolition fund had to be filled first. We would have never gotten any net NFL revenue.
No,
performance rent.
So performance rent and net waterfall revenue are two totally different things.
Okay, so let's talk about performance rent because that's all I'm talking about.
Sure. So performance rent is currently stayed because of our open arbitration disputes, largely connected to public safety and buffet costs. What I was addressing was waterfall revenue and demolition, and I understand we don't want to go there, so I'll leave that. But with that, I'll conclude my comments.
All right, let's vote, please. Please register your vote. Please register your vote. We lost a council member. 4-2. All right, I'm going to move up item number 6 to the, before the other one. So we have overview of the November 2024 elections process timelines and feasibility for potential city ballot measures.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. As Assistant City Manager Cynthia Bojorquez comes, I'll give a quick introduction. As the City Council and the public knows, we've had a number of discussions with regard to potential revenue measures on the November 24 ballot. This is largely due to the city's significant capital needs. As we mentioned, nearly $600 million in known capital improvement needs without a clear way to fund them. And so we've had a number of conversations around potential ballot measures for this November. And I do know that we have a number of members in the audience that are concerned about the International Swim Center. And so one of the things I was going to note before our public comment issues was I will at the end of this meeting give a verbal report out on where we are with our ISC support.
All right, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Cynthia Bojorquez, Assistant City Manager. Tonight, I'm here to provide the first of what will be 5 updates on our efforts to evaluate the feasibility of ballot measures for your consideration on the November 24 ballot. The presentation tonight is intended to provide the City Council with a quick update on consultants we have retained to assist us in this effort and to give the City Council a high-level overview of the timeline requirements set by the Registrar of Voters for the November election. As a reminder, the City Council approved funding last July so that the city could retain a consultant to provide public opinion research services. A request for qualifications was issued this past November with a consultant team of Tulchin Research and their partner Team Civics selected to perform the work. This team is a very experienced team, and we have provided background information about their experience in the council report. Moving forward, the consultant team will work with the staff in 4 areas. The first will be a review of prior review efforts, discussions about the city's unfunded needs and priorities. During this phase, the consultant will work with city staff to design a voter research instrument that will be used to gauge community sentiment regarding the needs and priorities that the city has identified. The second will be the development and implementation of strategies that the city can use to inform and engage residents in a community conversation about our needs, the reasons for investment, and to hear their perspectives about the feasibility of future ballot measures. Based on those conversations, the final scope of work will involve the consultants again working with city staff to design measures in alignment with community priorities that will be brought back to the City Council for consideration. During this phase, a second survey will be conducted to test potential ballot language. Our path forward will include a number of check-ins with the Council. Originally, our plan was to conduct a public study session in the March-April timeframe to discuss options for potential ballot measures. As I will share on the next slides, we have amended our original plan and are scheduling 4 check-ins and, if need be, a 5th check-in on the feasibility of ballot measures for November. Before I get to that slide, I did want to mention that during our internal development of the capital budget, staff is asked to revisit potential projects that may need to be included in a potential measure. We recognize that the projected costs for all of our unfunded needs will be daunting, with over $500 million in projects identified previously and many more needs that have yet to be identified. We are mindful that no matter how successful we may be at the ballot, and I hope we will be, resources will be limited and a focus on prioritization will be needed. As much as we would like to fund all of our unfunded needs, that just isn't a realistic expectation given our need is so great. So as I said earlier, we have amended our plan for council check-ins. After tonight's presentation, we will have 3 more check-ins tentatively planned and 1 other placeholder should the council need 2 meetings rather than 1 to consider potential ballot language. This slide provides information on proposed council updates that was originally included in the staff report. We had planned to bring the findings of the initial voter research in late March, early April. This would have been followed by a second check-in to review proposed ballot language based on voter research. The goal of that check-in would have been to seek direction from the council in drafting ballot language. The final check-in would have been the final consideration of ballot language. After further discussion and review of the council's existing very full schedule of meetings, we have made some adjustments that I will share on the next slide. So in addition to tonight's presentation, we are now proposing the following schedule. At your March 12th meeting, we will provide an overview of our community engagement process. This will include the various mechanisms we intend to use and the location user groups we hope to engage. At either the March 26th or April 2nd meeting, we will bring forward a presentation on the initial voter research activities. This will also be an opportunity to check in with the City Council on the success of our community engagement activities. The third check-in will be focused on seeking council direction on the measures that council would like staff to prepare. Our plan is to also conduct a follow-up survey following our initial community engagement efforts to measure whether our message is connecting with Santa Clara community. This check-in is tentatively scheduled for the June 4th City Council meeting. The final check-in will be when staff presents recommendations on ballot measures for council consideration. A resolution to call for an election for the measures to be placed on the ballot will be presented. This check-in will occur at the July 9th meeting. In the event the City Council requires additional discussion, a placeholder will be put on the July 16th council agenda, which is the last council meeting prior to the August recess. At this point, I'd like to shift gears to review the timelines for the November 24 ballot measures. As the council is aware, election timelines are set by the County Registrar of Voters. These timelines are absolute. The first deadline to submit the resolution calling for the election. The Registrar of Voters has provided a window for that to occur of July 3rd through August 9th. The second deadline is the deadline to submit arguments. Those are due no later than 5 p.m. on August 13th. The final deadline is the submission of rebuttals and impartial analysis. Both those items are due to the Registrar of Voters by August 20th. As I mentioned, the Registrar of Voters deadlines are absolute. There are 2 scheduled council meetings that fall within the window set by the Registrar of Voters for the submission of resolutions. These are July 9th and July 16th meetings. It is important to note, again, the council will be on recess following the July 16th meeting. Given this information, staff is proposing that consider the resolution take place at the July 9th meeting. Arguments would be due 14 days after the election is called, and rebuttals, together with the impartial analysis, due 10 days after the arguments. You can see in this table 2 sets of dates. The first set assumes that council is prepared to take action on July 9th meeting. If the council requires additional time to consider the measure, the dates in the parentheses present the amended timelines. That concludes the presentation for tonight. Our recommendation is to note and file the report, and happy to answer any questions or receive your feedback.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions from the council? No? No questions? Wow, it was so good, no questions. Okay.
We'll be back.
All right. Councilman, Vice Mayor Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff, for the presentation and the description and basically kind of narrowing it down to what I think personally should be on a ballot. But I saw a lot of the members of the public left tonight, so I was hoping that they could hear this. But if any of this happens, I really hope that a lot of these members of our public really go out there and push for things like this because we are in need of it, and I think that would be a solution. But I have a motion to make to take staff's recommendation to note and file.
All right, we have a motion and a second. I'm going to go to the public. Do we have any public members here that would like to speak on this issue? If so, please come forward. Seeing none, do we have any online? I see none, so we have a motion and a second to note and file. And thank you, staff, for your report. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. The next item we have is item number 5, public hearing, action on a tentative parcel map at 2360 Mission College Boulevard for the creation of 3 lots. And this is a public hearing, so I'm going to officially open the public hearing. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, Council Javon Grogan, City Manager. I will invite Acting Director Rena Briel to the podium that will provide our presentation. This is a public hearing on a tentative map for a parcel that has an entitlement that dates back to 2009. 2 structures are constructed, a third is not. That is a retail building, and I will turn it over to our Acting Director to provide the presentation. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. Good evening. As mentioned, this is a required public hearing tonight on this item, which is for a tentative parcel map at 2360 Mission College Boulevard. The request is specifically to subdivide one parcel, which is 6.4 acres in size, into 3 individual parcels that would accommodate an existing office building, a common lot, and then a future ancillary building. For some context, the site is located on Mission College Boulevard and also takes access from Juliet Lane. This site has surrounded uses that are industrial and research and development in nature. The Intel campus is adjacent to this property, and also to this property is just east of the San Thomas Aquino Creek. This property is also located in a PD zoning, which was approved by the City Council in 2009. And it has a general plan designation of high-intensity office and industrial. Here are some specifics on the subdivision. Parcel A is to create a parcel for the existing 6-level parking garage and common circulation areas. Parcel B is to create a parcel for the existing 6-story, 150,000 square foot office building. And parcel C is to create a parcel for a 5,000 square foot ancillary retail building that was approved with the PD zoning yet is not constructed. Here are some considerations regarding this subdivision, which would also be the basis for some of the findings that the City Council would make regarding the approval of a tentative map. First, that there was a PD zoning, which was approved in 2009, and that this tentative map would implement that zoning and be consistent with the zoning. Second, a previous tentative map was also approved in 2009 to subdivide this property in a similar manner as being proposed today. However, that tentative map expired without being finalized. The applicants are interested in the proposed subdivision now, really in order to facilitate financing of the property. The proposed subdivision is consistent with the general plan designation of high-intensity office and R&D, and the tentative map will adhere not only to the zoning requirements, but will also facilitate development that's going to be consistent with adhering to the building code. The tentative map was reviewed by city staff and was deemed complete by the Subdivision Clearance Committee on December 12th, 2023. And that takes us to the staff recommendation, which is for the council to determine that the project utilize a prior certified EIR per section 2108.3 and 15183 of the CEQA guidelines, and for the council to approve a tentative parcel map to create a single lot subdivision for 3 commercial condominium lots at the property located at 2360 Mission College Boulevard. That concludes the staff report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions for our director here? Let's see, Councilmember Jane.
Thank you. I just wanted to know, what is a commercial condominium? And, you know, when I think of a normal condominium, people have sort of shared land, and now you're dividing it into 3. Is it no longer shared land? Is that the point? I don't quite understand what a commercial condominium is.
Yeah.
Well, stop there. Councilmember Hardy?
My question is along the same line. I had never heard that term, commercial condominium, and I was trying to understand, you mentioned it slightly, but it has to do this, the impetus for this is to help them with their financing. And that's, I just wanted a little bit more information. I didn't have any terrible concerns as I read through this, but I didn't understand why it was being asked for.
Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, Acting Director. Question is regarding the EIR we are looking at, basically. It's pretty old EIR, and there have been multiple changes in that area since then. Is the EIR still good with the perspective of other changes in that area?
No other questions, Rena. Oh, Councilmember Park, who puts his light on every time I say that. All right, Councilmember Park, go ahead.
I apologize for that. I'm usually taking notes, and you know, I try to get the notes done, and then I
Yeah, you
think
can go
about
ahead.
things too. So I have a couple of questions about that as well, which is it seems like we're taking the stuff that's there and we're just breaking it up. I heard that it's for financing. I heard that, but it sounds like, it feels to me that they're doing this maybe for financing for one parcel where they want to change what's there. They have an existing office building. They have an existing parking lot. But if I look in the future, I feel like they want to do other changes there as well. I know they've got a parcel map that expired. They've got a planned development, which, lays out what can be done there, but, those can be changed with other things. I like the fact that it's consistent with the general plan, but could you explain a little bit about what could be done, answering the other council questions, but looking forward to why are these being split up? It looks like they could just make the one parcel for what they're trying to do, or even if it's consistent, they wouldn't even have to do the split. I'm just curious as to why that's happening. Thank you.
All right, now you can, thanks.
Great. Thank you. So I'll just take these questions in order. So Councilmember Jane and Councilmember Hardy. Yes, a commercial condominium would allow for really these parcels to still integrate with each other. There is a common lot that provides access between the different individual parcels, but they would also allow these parcels to be sold out individually so they can function independently, yet at the same time rely on each other for certain aspects. So there is a common relationship with the condominium structure. Councilmember Jane, you had, and Councilmember Hardy, and I think some other folks, maybe Councilmember Park had a question about the financing. And I did ask the applicant about what specifically they were trying to accomplish with the subdivision at this time. They are online and can answer that question, but the response they provided to me is that they currently have a loan on the office building, and that gets rather complicated with different parts of the parcel having different uses. And so they're actually doing this subdivision to support the financing of their existing office building. They also recognize that there is in the PD zoning a allowance to build the retail, and they also feel that this subdivision will prepare them for when the market is right to be able to take advantage of that. But that's not what they're proposing today. It's really, I think, to facilitate the current financing that they have. And then I believe, Councilmember Shahal, you asked a question about the EIR being, and that was an EIR that was done in 2009. And yes, the conditions around the area have changed, but essentially what we're taking action on is the actual activities on this particular parcel, and there will not be any increase in activities through the subdivision of this land. So the EIR, it's really a reuse of the EIR that's still valid because it really accurately describes the level of intensity, the types of uses that are occurring on the property. That hasn't changed. And I believe, Councilmember Park, your question is, what else could someone do on this site? Because this is a PD zoning, they would need to rezone the site in order to facilitate anything different than what was previously approved. That means they still can move forward with the 5,000 square foot ancillary building for retail. That doesn't have architectural level of approval yet, so they would, if they wanted to move forward with the retail building, they would still need a planning architectural review in order to do that and implement that PD zoning. But high-intensity office R&D, that general plan, that designation really allows for office, R&D uses, laboratory spaces, the nature of that particular neighborhood as it is. So being consistent with that neighborhood. But once again, the specific PD zoning, the implementation of that really means the construction of a retail building in the future. I think that's it.
Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to go ahead and move, make a motion to move staff recommendation.
No, we can't. It's a public hearing.
Oh, sorry.
Thanks. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a note that the applicants are in line. They don't have a presentation.
No, I was going to, let me call for them. Thank you. So Do the applicants, if they're online, do they want to make a presentation? Community Development Director said no, but is there somebody there that can answer that? Ryan?
Yes, we do not want to make a presentation at this time.
Okay.
Ryan has done a great job presenting, and look forward to hopefully getting this project approved.
Okay, thank you. So there is no presentation from the applicant, so it is a public hearing. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on this issue of the action on the tentative map? Okay, I don't see any, see nothing online. Is there a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion.
Councilmember Watanabe. All right. Becker, Chahal. Close the public hearing. Please register your vote. All right, now I'll go to Councilmember Watanabe for your motion. It's time now.
Okay, great, thank you. Again, I apologize. Motion to move staff recommendation.
Second.
Motion second for staff recommendation. And thank you, Community Development Director, for the presentation and answering the questions. Please register your vote.
Councilmember Park?
Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, next we have members and special committees. Does any council member want to speak on or have a report? Hold on a second. Anybody?
I had raised my hand, but
Councilmember,
I'm sorry.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So I just wanted to do a quick update. I attended the Capitol Day in Sacramento yesterday, along with members of Silicon Valley Power. I'm grateful to Kathleen Hughes for driving up to Sacramento on Sunday during that horrendous storm. We made it safely and met up with Basil Wong and Alan Curatori, and also members of the NCPA staff and board members from the various member cities. We spent part of the day yesterday attending the CMUA, which is the California Municipal Utilities Association meeting, which had some great panelists from the industry and the governor's office to talk about workforce development, especially with our youth, increasing transmission lines, financing mechanisms, continued efforts to address wildfire mitigation and carbon capture, as well as the many sources of energy, including hydrogen, offshore wind power, and battery storage, just to name a few. We met with Senator Aisha Wahab and Mao Yang from Assemblymember Evan Lowe's office to update continued efforts to address the power grid in Santa Clara, economic growth, as well as pursuing funding for the Lodi Energy Center that has been named one of 6 hydrogen hubs in the country. Santa Clara is a partner with NCPA, which has advocated for that hydrogen hub. It is an enormous challenge that offers transformational benefits throughout the economy. That's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the Executive Director reports and then back to public presentations. So Executive Director.
Madam Mayor, excuse me. Councilmember Park raises his hand at the end.
Oh, you have a comment, Councilman? All right, now I see it now. Okay.
So,
sorry, Executive Director. Okay.
yeah, my understanding is this is reports of members, special committees, and Councilmember 030 requests. And I want to mention that I had talked to Councilmember Hardy about this, but we see a need for this even tonight. But I would like to discuss moving all online public presentations, unless coordinated with staff, to the end of the meeting. I'd like to bring that up as an 030 request, so we can discuss. And maybe that may not be the actual result, but I'd like to discuss what we can do about that. And again, I'm willing to defer to Councilmember Hardy if you've got a better or different.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
If I might suggest that is an appropriate subject to bring up at governance. I know that they have a pretty hefty work plan, but if this is something that folks are interested in, I think the chair is sitting here for his interest. That can be something that's brought up at the next governance meeting for consideration to add to the work plan. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
That has all kinds of implications, so yes, okay. All right, city manager.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council and the public. Javon Grogan, City Manager. You may recall at the last meeting when we were discussing the International Swim Center, I mentioned that I would be giving periodic updates during the City Manager's verbal report. So just want to give the council and the community an update, and I know that there were some public comments today, and also noting that one member mentioned that they were not aware that staff had reached out to the various swim groups. Just want to let the council know that staff has. I've seen a number of those emails, and there's a large meeting scheduled for this Friday with all of the groups and staff. Just at a high level, since the last meeting on January 30th, there's been a number of conversations with regard to pool rates at various facilities. We are aware that the swim groups are in conversations with the school district, and a number of their needs have been accommodated at some of the school sites. There will be additional time that opens up after June once school is done, and so we know that those conversations are taking place, and we are also in discussions with the school district in support of those conversations. As I mentioned, there's a meeting with all of the swim groups and the staff scheduled for this Friday. I know that took some coordination between staff and all of the user groups, and I know that they don't have their full membership copied on all those communications. Staff is also gathering information with regard to rates at various other facilities and also supporting the dive club as they look to potentially use a facility in the city of Mountain View that may be opening in the near future. We are also looking into a number of issues with the ISC. First and foremost is making sure that we can secure that site. It is a site now that is not open but does have a body of water, and so we are looking into a number of activities that may take place in short order just to make sure that we can fully secure that site. We are having a number of conversations with the lawn bowling group around the restricted restroom use there. As you know, the restrooms that were closed were used by the lawn bowling group as well as other members of the park. We have obtained quotes we are obtaining quotes for the repair of the Montague pool. As we mentioned to you before, there's some plaster, unfortunately, that was discovered to be cracking at the Montague pool, and there may need to be significant remediation of that plaster work to replaster that pool before it can be placed into use as a alternative facility. So we are looking at that. We are also in discussions with the pool group, one of the swims teams to use office space at Montague, as well as storage and maybe some dry land training at Montague pool site. And we also have conversations scheduled and have had conversations with LPA with regard to temporary facilities and the scope of work that we will undertake to fully look at potential temporary, but as we said before, temporary is more like semi-permanent and will take quite some time. And we will begin that work, but want to note that there is a very long lead time on designing that temporary facility, ordering that temporary facility, and we also need to do two main things, which is locate a location for it, as well as funding. And so we will be returning to the City Council with updated information and likely a funding request with guidance. We will be seeking guidance on funding sources for a number of these items, including potential temporary dollars that could be provided to offset some of the impacts of the ISC. With that, I am looking at our Assistant City Manager, Cynthia Bojorquez, that's leading this, and she's not jumping to the podium, so it doesn't seem like I've missed anything. With that, thank you.
All right, thank you. So now I'm going to go to public presentations, and we're going to open that back up. City Clerk, does anyone have a public presentation? If so, please come forward, or anyone online. City Clerk?
There are no hands up at this time, Mayor.
All right, thank you. All right, so I'm going to ask that the council this evening adjourn this meeting on behalf of Dr. Jack Lucas. So our community lost a leader when Dr. Jack Lucas passed away on January 25th, 2024. A passionate educator, Dr. Lucas's professional background as a high school educator spanned 66 years. He served the Los Gatos Saratoga High School District as a teacher, athletic coach, dean of students, vice principal, continuation high school principal, and district administrator of special projects and programs. His dedication to serve led him to local government. He served the city of Montecito for 5 terms as a council member and 5 terms as mayor. After terms limits ended his municipal government career, Dr. Lucas ran for a seat on the West Valley Mission Community College District Board of Trustees. Following 5 terms of service, he was reelected for his 6th term in 2022. Dr. Lucas's legacy lives on in all the lives he touched. He was a dedicated public servant, a passionate educator, and a valued community member, and one of the nicest men you will ever meet. And he will be deeply missed. So may I please have a motion in adjourning this meeting in honor of Dr. Jack Lucas?
Motion?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously, and this meeting is adjourned.